Wonderful. Hare Krishna. Haribol. What a surprise. We're done. Same.
Vielleicht können die Bravos hier auf dieser Seite sich hinsetzen und dann die Marke hier ein bisschen Platz haben. Ja.
Hare Krishna. Wait, Ran, did you get my letter to you? My email letter here? Good. Nice to see you. Huh? I was so happy to read that you were maintaining this Sankirtan Seva. What? Oh yeah. So Hare Krishna. Devaki, do I see correctly? Good. Hare Krishna. Welcome, Devaki. Haribol. Let me greet all of you affectionately. Hare Krishna. I'm very, very, very happy to be able to celebrate Nrsingadev's appearance day. Really very grateful also. Last year, Gaur Krishna and myself were preaching and traveling in America, and when we were in the airport of San Francisco, Gaur Krishna received Lord Nrsingadev in his outfit of which he was wearing on Nrsinga Chaturdasi, and at that time both of us felt the deep calling of the Lord that you're in America, but you were one of the devotees who called me here to Germany. My next appearance day, I wish that you are celebrating here in Singhachalam together with the devotees. And obviously situations change in the world. There's a lot of concern about the spread of COVID, and we did not know if we could make it, but somehow or other Lord Nrsingadev, let me say, kept his invitation intact. And I really believe this is a central theme in Krishna consciousness. We are all invited by the Lord to come and be with him. This is an ongoing invitation about which I'm going to discuss a little bit. And we all are requested to respond to this invitation. I do not think it means that we have to always be physically at a temple when the Lord appears or so on. If it's possible, then it is fine. The ongoing invitation is much beyond physical attendance. It is all about spiritual attendance. Do we attend to Krishna? Do we turn to Krishna? That is independent of wherever we are, and I do understand we have designed this festival to be an online festival, so there will be many devotees who join us on the computer. That is a good sign. You are attending, you're responding to the invitation of the Lord. I also understand that many older senior Vaishnavas will be participating in this online festival. We will have the happiness to hear His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj this morning, and then throughout the day Indra Drumna Maharaj and other of my senior God brothers. And even in the Kirtan festivals, we will have a mixture of Kirtan, which we do here, and Kirtans where devotees from all over the world come through the medium of Facebook maybe, or other social medias into our awareness. And I believe we have to be really attentive when what is going on. So Gomohan will guide us through this and help us. But for now, let me just thank, first of all, Lord Nrsimhadev, really, who made this unmistakable invitation. And then I really feel, where would I be without Srila Prabhupada? I would not even know about the ultimate shelter, Lord Nrsimhadev. So therefore I'm extremely grateful here by the mercy of Prabhupada. Lord Nrsimhadev was informed about my unfortunate case and he has kindly invited me. Good. And I welcome all of you. We are not so many in the temple room. Many devotees do services for the temple. So let us make a wonderful festival to give joy and pleasure for the Lord. Please participate fully during the stay. You should just have one purpose in the mind today. I want to give pleasure to Lord Nrsimhadev. So we will have a Bhagavatam class now. Let me see if the verse is there. Yes, it is. And the texts are also here. Now I just need, before we can start, to ask, Gomohan, can you please inform me? 9:15. Oh, that's half an hour. Ooh, then I really have to put on my turbo gear here. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Narasimhaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Narasimhaya. Balasya neha sharanam pitaro nisingha. Natasya jagadamudan vatimajjato no. Vatimajjato no. Tapasya tat pratividhya ihanya sheshtas. Tavat vibhotanubritam tvat upekshitanam. avad vibodhanubritam tvatupeksitanam balasya neha sharanam pitaro nisingha anatasya cha gadamudanvati majjato no taptasya tat pratividirya ihanya sheshtas tavat vibhotanubritam tvatupeksitanam. Yes, due to the time, I want to go to the translation. My Lord Nrsingadev, O Supreme, because of a bodily conception of life, embodied soul neglected and not cared by you, cannot do anything for their betterment. Whatever remedies they accept, although perhaps temporarily beneficial, are certainly impermanent. For example, a father and mother cannot protect their child. A physician and medicine cannot relieve a suffering patient. And a boat on the ocean cannot protect a drowning man. So Prahlad Maharaj is informing, he's addressing the Lord, my Lord, we all in this world need ultimately shelter, and these so-called shelters, father and mother, the physician and medicine, even a boat on an ocean, they cannot really help us. Only if we are cared for by you, no? Then help is there. But someone who's not cared for you personally, for you, cannot do anything for their betterment. There can be the best father, the best doctor, the best medicine, the best of any relief measures, the strongest boat on an ocean which has come for the drowning men. If, the father and mother may be bewildered, or they may have died and passed away, so they can't help. The doctor and his diagnosis may be wrong. The medicine, even the most modern medicine cannot relieve a suffering patient. And a boat on the ocean, yes, might be swept away by the wave and everything drowns. You are, in other words, Krishna, Prahlad says, you are the ultimate shelter. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Now Prabhupada explains, and I know sometimes we are in the morning a little bit, let us say, not able to receive so much information, but this is very important. It is about ultimate shelter. Please listen. We all experience in our life, that we are either ill or that we are bewildered. In relationships, there are disappointments. And sometimes we are even discouraged by the religious institution in which we are. presently working. No, the Catholic Church, a big institution, has really disappointed many people. But we need help, ultimate help. We are people who cannot exist without help. You need air to breathe. If the air is not there, you will die. You need food to eat. If the food is retained or is bad food, you will have severe problems. We have emotional needs. When we feel we are ignored and neglected by others, we feel, oh, I also need a little acknowledgement, a little encouragement to go on. Huh? And more than anything, we have spiritual needs. We are needy people, but who will be able to supply us? Prabhupada makes this very clear in his purport. He says, through parental cares, through remedies for different kinds of disease, and through means of protection on the water, in the air, and on the land, there's always an endeavor for relief from various kinds of suffering in the material world. But none of them are guaranteed measures for protection. They may be beneficial temporarily, but they afford no permanent benefit. And then Prabhupada reasons, he gives us a reason why we cannot count on these things. He says, despite the presence of a father and mother, a child cannot be protected from accidental death, disease, and various other miseries. No one can help, including the parents. Ultimately, the shelter is the Lord, and no one who takes Ultimately, the shelter is the Lord, and one who takes shelter of the Lord is protected. This is guaranteed. As the Lord says in the Bhagavad Gita, Kaunteya pratijanihi nami bhakta pranashati. O son of Kunti, declare it boldly. Say it, that my devotee never perishes. Once a devotee asked Jayapataka Maharaj, but Maharaj, there is this, has Krishna left you? I mean, you are a great devotee and still we can see that you got a stroke and then you needed organ transplantation. How can son of Kunti declare boldly, my devotee never perishes? So Jayapataka Maharaj answered, sometimes the Lord's protection is mysterious, but He always protects the soul and the consciousness of His truthful devotee. Sometimes the body may go through different phases, but the soul is always protected by the Lord. Prabhupada continues, therefore, unless one is protected by the mercy of the Lord, no remedial measure can act effectively. One should consequently depend fully on the causeless mercy of the Lord. Although, as a matter of routine duty, one must, of course, accept other remedial measures. No? Routine duty. No one can protect one who's neglected by the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In this material world, everyone is trying to counteract the onslaught of material nature, but everyone is ultimately fully controlled by material nature. Therefore, even those so-called philosophers and scientists try to surmount the onslaught of material nature, they have not been able to do so. Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita that the real sufferings of the material world are four. Do you know the real sufferings? Yeah. Birth is the problem. It's a suffering. Because we belong to the spiritual world. Birth is the beginning of our new prison term. Yes. Birth, old, what is it called? Birth, death. It's coming. 100% sure. Old age is coming. And disease. You know, I'm now a little elderly, and I did my walk a few days ago, routine duty to take care of the body, and I came by a bench, and some people sat on the bench, and they said, "You look so tired." And I said, "It's not that. I'm becoming old. And you will also become old and die. Hare Krishna." And then I continued. It is unavoidable. It's inevitable. So, in the history of the world, no one, Prabhupada says, no one has been successful in conquering these miseries imposed by material nature. Prakrite kriyamanani gunai kamani sarvashaha. Nature or Prakriti is so strong that no one can overcome her stringent laws. So-called scientists, philosophers, religionists, religious leaders, and politicians should therefore conclude that they cannot offer facilities to the people in general. They should make vigorous propaganda to awaken the populace and raise them to the platform of Krishna consciousness. Vigorous propaganda. Our humble attempt, says Prabhupada, to propagate the Krishna consciousness movement all over the world is the only remedy that can bring about a peaceful and happy life. We can never be happy without the mercy of the Supreme Lord. If we keep displeasing our Supreme Father, we shall never be happy within this material world in either the upper or lower planetary systems. If we keep displeasing our Supreme Father, we shall never be happy within this material world in either the upper or lower planetary systems. So yes, Lord Nrsingadev has come to bring this ultimate shelter into the world. Let us hear a few words. I have only a short time, but before, let us sing His glories. Jaya Radha O Madhava Kunya Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunya Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunya vihari. Upidana vallava Girivaradhari Dana vallava Girivaradhari Gopidana vallava Girivaradhari Vallava Girivaradhari Yasodanandana Raja Janadan Jana Anavaja Janadan Jana Yasodanandana Raja Janadan Jana Yamunatira Vanachadi Yamunatira Vanachadi Jayanath Hava Kunya Vihari Sina Singha Jaina Singha Jai Jaina Singha Dev Sina Singha Jaina Singha Jai Jaina Singha Dev Sina Singha Jaina Singha Jai Jaina Singha Dev Jaina Singha Jai Jaina Singha Dev Sina Singha Jaina Singha Jai Jaina Singha Dev Jaina Singha Jai Jaina Singha Paladesha Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Bringa Desha Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Bringa Paladesha Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Bringa Mukha Padma Bringa. What is a demon? According to Krishna's description, he has a philosophy, a mentality, he does certain things, and he has also a certain destiny. In the Gita, the Lord explains what is the mentality. He has explained the philosophy, the activities, and the destiny also But I would just like to go to this one point, the mentality. He thinks so much is mine now, and it will increase in the future more and more. Could it be that this mentality is also in all of us? I have so many likes now on Facebook, and in the future I will have more. I'm now this much, have this car, and in the future I will have another car. Is there something like the demon within? Weak people project always the enemy outside. They manipulate something. They do something wrong. They are the demons. Strong people look inside and dare to face their own weaknesses. It's easy to point fingers to the world. Yes, the world, there is Maya. Yes, there is illusion. Yes, there are controllers. Yes, there is an awful lot of manipulation going on. But can you change that? Can you change the world? It is better to look, where can I purify my heart? What are my next steps? Because that is immediately within your circle of influence. And once you do that, once you look there, you will be really starting to become a person who is strong and who can be helpful for this world who is so much in need. Prahlad Maharaj was surrounded by a demonic government. His father was his enemy and acted as his enemy, but he gave an example of following his path, his own path, which is unparalleled. Prahlad's Krishna consciousness, even under pressure, is unparalleled. He did not lament. He did not point fingers. He was Krishna conscious. Lord Nrsimhadev was so impressed by this that he says, it's in the 7th canto, those Prahlad, those people, those devotees who follow your example, will naturally become my pure devotees. You are the best example of my devotee, and others should follow in your footsteps. Narada Muni once wanted to find the best devotee. You have read this in Brihad Bhagavatamrita. And he came to many devotees, and not finally, after some time, he came to Lord Shiva. In the Bhagavatam, we hear Vaishnavanam Yatha Shambhu. He's the greatest devotee. No? So he said, he praised Lord Shiva. But Shiva just became sad. He shook his head and he said, no, Prahlad is the greatest devotee. He's a greater recipient of mercy than Brahma, Narada, Garuda. He has even gotten more mercy than the Lord's own beloved wife Lakshmi Devi. Yes, Prahlad has gotten more mercy than the residents of Vaikuntha and the Lord's personal attendants. You might say, well, well, if I think just with my reasonable mind, no one can be dearer to the Lord than Lakshmi, his wife. She's always held at the chest of the Lord. And wherever he is, the Lord is with his female Shakti, you know. She is very, very dear. She always in Vaikuntha presses the lotus feet. Presses means massages the lotus feet. How is it that Prahlad is a greater devotee even than the beloved of the Lord? Listen very carefully. When Brahma gave his blessings to Hiranyakashipu, the Lord felt highly uncomfortable. Do you remember the blessings Hiranyakashipu obtained? One blessing. He was not to be killed on the land or on the water, not in the day and the night, not inside a building and not outside a building. Not by a man or animal. Not what? Not by a living, not by a dead. Yes, right. Neither by the living and nor the dead. No, no danger from zombies. Not by any weapon. He was practically immortal. So the Lord said, oh, what will the devotees think in this world? That their enemies, the demon, who constantly do something against them, become so powerful. My devotees will become discouraged. No, don't we also sometimes feel when when materialistic civilization explodes and seemingly has so much advancement, and we are just a few devotees, we don't increase so much as members of a new political party or whatever. So when Lord Nrsingadev thought, I will kill him, I will give him a lesson, and then I will encourage Prahlad Maharaj. So the first thing the Lord did is he after he had dealt with Hiranyakashipu, he took Prahlad on his lap. Just see. He wants to encourage his devotees. I'm there for you. Don't become afraid or discouraged when you see material progress going on so well, and your people like Hiranyakashipu getting extreme popularity or influence and so on. So, and in this way he made him the greatest devotee, an example for all to follow. The second reason is why Prahlad is even dearer to the Lord than Lakshmi or Shesha or Garuda, Narada, is a very endearing reason. See, the Lord's devotees, like his eternal associate, Sankarshan, Mahalakshmi, are always established in unshakable devotion. They never underwent any tribulation. They don't need to go in the winter on Sankirtan and freeze to death and no one takes a book. Or they don't suffer from getting up so early and being tired. No, they don't They never undergo any tribulations. Whereas his relatively new devotees in the material world have satisfied their comforts, their security to get bhakti. No? That's why the Lord likes the devotees in this world, because they have to undergo so much. They have to fight with their doubts, they have to fight with their senses, their mind, their everything, and still they do everything to come close. And the Lord is loving them so much that in the Gita he declares, even if they make some mistake, apichet sudaracharo, no? He doesn't consider that. He says as long as they are struggling for the right thing or situated on the right path, they are properly situated and should be considered to be sadhus. No? The Lord is so impressed by someone for whom it doesn't come easy, who tries his best. No? And even if he fails, the Lord is willing to overlook the failure. Oh, of course, he expects that the devotee tries his best to correct himself. But see, this is the quality of the Lord. And Prahlad had so many obstacles. Oh, so many obstacles were with Prahlad. You can't imagine. School obstacle, educational obstacle, parental obstacles. He was threatened by all the elements. You know, stones were thrown on him. He was thrown into water. You know, he was really attacked. So the Lord is saying, those who follow your example will naturally become my pure devotees. What is that example? Or let me say like this, what are the teachings of Prahlad to all of us? How can we, with our inner obstacles, come closer to the Lord? Listen carefully. I want to take you now to the school where Prahlad Maharaj was educated. We could more or less say the attempt was made to make him a perfect materialist. I have been once visiting a place called Ahobilam, and there is also a place where the school was standing. And even now, you can see on the stones writings. You know, like schoolboys, they will put some chewing gum under the table and write, Heinrich is blöd, you know, Henry is foolish, or something. They will write like this. So there is still writing visible in that school ground. It's amazing. It's really crystal clear, and it's ancient. It's old. So this was the place I could see it. I have a personally not such a good relationship to mundane education. I left it very early. So I wanted to see the school of Prahlad. And I remember there was also a waterfall, and there was a cave with many bats were there, and we looked at everything. Maybe they were punished in that cave, and so on, or put in isolation. Prahlad was meant to be reformed to become a perfect materialist, but he started to preach Krishna consciousness in the school. And these were his teachings, which we should understand today, because it is through these teachings that we approach the Lord and also please him. One of the points he made is the human form is really rare. There are so many other life forms, but the human form is rarely achieved. And although it is temporary, it is very, very effective for developing bhakti. Prahlad Maharaj argued why we should develop bhakti for Krishna. He gave 3 reasons. He said, the Lord is Priya, the most beloved. The Lord is so lovable. He is Atmeshvara, he's the master of the soul. And maybe this is most interesting for you, he is Surit, the well-wisher of the devotees. He wishes well for us. He wants that everything goes well, and he gives facilities to us. Then Prahlad Maharaj said to his friends, okay, but you must really develop some urgency here. You are now children, you tell me you want to play and not think about Surit and Atmeshvara and all these ultimate qualities of the Lord, but don't forget, you have to die. And then he gave them some mathematics. He said, see, you don't have so much time, because 50 years of your time is spent in sleep. That is 12 hours a day. That's a lot, I know. Look at your, maybe you do 9 to 10 hours sleep a day. You figure out your sleeping list. A lot goes away. Or those who are really strong, they have 6 hours a day. That is a theoretical number for many devotees. But you know, so much goes for sleeping. Then he says, 20 years you have wasted already because you were young, foolish, and some of you were very angry. And 20 years goes from the last part of your life when you are just so old and you have to always struggle with your body and with your teeth and with your muscles and with your mind and so on. So not much time is left. You shouldn't take now to the process of Krishna consciousness. Don't waste it with material attachments. It doesn't serve you, and so on. Shri Singadeva ki jai. But then his friend said, but it's so difficult to develop bhakti. And Prahlad said, I give you the easy way. Just think about one thing. Lord is in the heart, in your heart. When you get up in the morning, think, the Lord is in my heart. When you go in the shower, the Lord is in my heart. When you eat, the Lord is in my heart. When you see another person, the Lord is in my heart and his heart. And then, that's very important, most of us are distracted in relationships, no? We either have good relationships, then we go into the path of distraction, or we have bad relationships, then we think of the misery the other person, the difficult person gives us. He said, no, you should understand the Lord is in their heart also. And then he leans heavily on the Bhagavatam philosophy, how to avoid misery. When there is a superior person, you should support his cause. You should serve him and not be envious. When there is a person who's on your level, you should be friendly with them. Talk about Krishna consciousness and not try to compete. That's a big thing about in men and women bodies. No? They want to compete, to be better, to be more like, to be more successful. No need. You are just friendly to those who are on your level. And to those of you, those who are lower than you, who are maybe unpleasant people, don't hate them. Just be compassionate and kind to them. And Prahlad says, show compassion and affection to all living beings, be their well-wishers. This is easy for you. This is how you can understand how to develop bhakti. At another time, he had added, when his father asked him, what's the best thing you learned? Wow, the best thing, I tell you, I'm so impressed by this. I'm so enthusiastic about it. The best thing I learned is to hear about Krishna, to chant his holy name, to remember him. Then I do archanam, I do puja, I worship him, I say my prayers to him. And in this way he gave a list of 9 items, which of course further enraged Hiranyakashipu. Bhakti is, in other words, but here to his friends, he makes it very simple. Think about the Lord is in your heart. He's not very far away. He's there. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says, you all are temples, he says. He says, there is a temple in the heart. It's closed by false ego, the door of false ego, but you can open it. So, to give them faith, he then, Prahlad said, I give you my parampara. This knowledge was given by Lord Narayan to Narada, and Narada taught it to me. His friend said, Narada taught bhakti to you? I mean, it couldn't be in this school. This is a high security school. No one can enter this school. I mean, your father is Hiranyakashipu. He certainly has not welcomed Narada Muni. When did Narada teach you bhakti? My time is up, but I think there will be another time here with this question, the amazing story of Prahlad Maharaj picks up on a higher level. He will tell us of the most amazing situation, but but it will be told another time. Maybe one of our Swamis will tell you about where Prahlad learned. But for now, I want to just make the point. Please, on the Shinga Chaturdasi, do not project the demon outside. Do not point faults outside. Do not think you are very good because you came to Nishinga Chatra. Do not think you are very good because you are the Hare Krishna in the movement and everyone is wrong. Better is you follow the path of Prahlad to become a real devotee. A devotee who follows, who develops bhakti or loving devotion to Krishna. So I will end here and welcome our guest, first guest, His Holiness Kadamba Kanana Maharaj. Let us see if he is there. He's coming. So we all should turn now towards the screen. Is that correct? Yes. Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Sina Singha Jai Singha Jai Jai Singha Praladesa Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Bringa. On this auspicious day of the appearance of Lord Nrsingadev, we want to just discuss a few things, and I thought let me just begin somewhere at a point in the pastime, because it's a very long pastime, so much to discuss. I thought of taking to the Nrsinga Purana and discuss one passage from the Nrsinga Purana. We know the same passage from Srimad Bhagavatam, and it is the moment where Prahlad appears before his father, and that his father is asking, "Oh, my dear son, please tell me what is the best you have learned," and takes his son of his lap and so on. And then Prahlad speaks out about Lord Vishnu, and that's like so. One day, this is the Nrsinga Purana. One day, Hiranyakasipu saw his son, who had just come from the Gurukul. He was surrounded by a number of women at that time. He saw that Prahlad had large eyes and a slate was in his hand. A mark of discus was made at a corner of that slate, and the name of Sri Krishna was written beautifully. He became glad and called Prahlad near him. He kissed him and said, "Oh son, your wise mother appreciates you. Hence, tell me all that you've learned from your teacher. Firstly, think properly and make me to listen to your interesting lesson, which has been duly learned by you." The devotee of Vishnu since birth, Prahlad replied happily, "I make you to listen to the learned lesson after saluting the Supreme Lord Govinda, who is worshipped in the three worlds. Having heard having heard from the mouth of his own son how he honored the enemy, Hiranyakasipu was extremely annoyed, but he concealed it from Prahlad and feigned to laugh loudly, and as if he's really glad, he then embraced Prahlad and said, "Dear son, listen to my benevolent words. The person bringing in their tongue the name of Ram, Krishna, Govind, Vishnu, Madhava, or Sripati are my enemy and got punishment for such default under my administration. Tell me, from where have you heard this prayer of God in such childhood?" Having heard the statement of his father, Prahlad replied, "O Arya, it is not good to listen the same from your mouth. The man who recited Krishna attains to the undecaying position as it provides will all luxuries and increases the consciousness of a man to his religion, and attains an eternal position. The evil of criticizing Lord Krishna is heinous and is unacceptable. It is therefore necessary for you to recite the names of Ram, Madhava, and Krishna, etc., so as that the evil that you have committed, will not affect you, and that you become purified. It is most benevolent to practice, and in spite of you being my father, I humbly request you that you should take shelter of Lord Vishnu, who is the Supreme Lord of all and who removes all sin." So Hiranyakasipu was feeling greatly disgusted, and he condemned his son by saying that he had fallen down from his status, and ordered him to go away from that place at once. He then ordered his officials to go and bring the teachers in the court, duly tied in shackles. The demons went and brought the teacher of Prahlad there. The teacher was wise and therefore submitted. Oh, killer of the gods, utilize your conscience a little bit and give up the anger. You've defeated all the rulers in 3 worlds so many times by virtue of the proper application of your mind and not in the state of fury. Then imagine that what will be the use of your anger on a helpless man is for application of your mind and not in the state of fury. Then imagine that what will be the use of your anger on a helpless man is for application of your mind and not in the state of fury. Then imagine that what will be the insert in you in any way because you're born from me. All this is the evil act of these Brahmins. Foolish boy, give up the company of the shrewd Brahmins who always favor Vishnu, as these Brahmins have faded the brilliance which was only in the interests of our royal clan. It is the impact of society that makes a man either good or bad. A man is known by the society in which he moves. Even a gem starts smelling if it is dipped into the mud. It is therefore good for a man that he should resort to his own near and dear ones for the prosperity of the entire clan. O inert son, it is the duty of my son that he should slaughter the people who favor Vishnu. Instead of performing your loyalty, you're praying to God Vishnu. Whether you have lost the shame even and raising queries frequently before me, I'm the sovereign ruler of the entire universe and your father. Still you desire to have another ruler of your own? Dear son, nobody here is his own master in this world. It is the chivalrous and warrior-like who enjoy the wealth, and he is the only master. He only is the supreme Lord, as you see, who have conquered the 3 worlds. Hands, give up immediately your ignorance and resort to the gallantry which only is benevolent for our clan. Other people too will tease and scorn you by saying that this boy prays to the gods even after his birth in the dynasty of the Daityas. It is strange, as if the cat prays to the mouse and the peacock worship the serpents. Indeed, such activity is the indicator of destruction. My foolish son, Prahlad, falls down from the position of luxury due to his evil acts. See that he's worth honor, and yet praying to those who are inferior to us and observing the discipline post-verse. O fool, my prosperity is before your eyes, and yet you dare to recite the names of God before me? Remember that Hari, to which you are giving such importance, does not deserve such honor, and praying to him is merely a hurdle to progress. O king, with these words, Hiranyakasipu became furious, and he looked with cross eye at the teacher of Prahlad. The teacher was shivering with fear. He ordered, O stupid Brahmin, leave this place at once and arrange for a good education for my son hereinafter. The Brahmin serving under that wicked king returned to his home, considering it as graceful of the king, and started worship of Hiranyakasipu instead of God Vishnu from that day. It is true that a greedy man can do everything in order to give bread to his belly. Yeah, I really like that he was, that he was start worshiping Hiranyakasipu instead of Lord Vishnu. Yes, so even in this way, because the Brahmins they were being maintained by Hiranyakasipu, and so it is exposed that a materialistic Brahmana can sacrifice his principles. But Prahlad, of course, has a totally different understanding, because when Prahlad is preaching to his demoniac schoolmates, which comes after this episode, right? Prahlad goes back into the school, and then Prahlad begins to preach to his schoolmates. And one of the first things he points out is that all kinds of arrangements for material sustenance, they have no benefit at all, because really it is about real shelter is not found into economic development. Hiranyakasipu was like very impressed by his wealth. Hiranyakasipu was just pointing out that, in front of me, all my wealth, you are acting like this, but I mean, you're realizing, young man, that like I'm maintaining you, and you're realizing, that if you're not pleasing me, that what will become of you? Are you realizing that you'll depend on whatever I give you? Prahlad, as he preached to his demoniac schoolmates, he said, in the tender age of childhood, when everyone is bewildered, one passes 10 years. Similarly, in boyhood, engaged in sporting and playing, one passes another 10 years. In this way, 20 years are wasted. Similarly, in old age, when one is an invalid, unable to perform even material activities, one passes another 20 years wastefully. Yeah. One whose mind and senses are uncontrolled becomes increasingly attached to family life, because the insatiable, lusty desires are a very strong illusion. In such a man's life, the remaining years are also wasted, because even during those years he cannot engage himself in devotional service. And then he speaks out strongly against household life. What person too attached to household life, due to being unable to control his senses, can liberate himself? An attached householder is bound very strongly by ropes of affection for his family. But of course, if we discuss that family life would be connected to the Supreme Lord, then that same family life can liberate us. Because after all, in this world, nirbandha Krishna sambandha yukta vairagya uchite. So rather than giving up family life, one can engage family life in service of the Lord. Of course, family life, though, in itself brings plenty of distractions, and therefore it can be challenging. Therefore, the sannyas position is an advantage, because one has time and energy. One preserves all his time, one preserves all his energy just for the Supreme Lord, and there's no need for any indirect activity. Whereas the householder has to independently work, make money, and do a lot of mundane activity. Then he can purify that, and by connecting it with Krishna. But the sannyasi just spends all his time just glorifying Krishna, and somehow or other, then he's maintained by the arrangement of Krishna and the devotees. In this way, we can appreciate that household life is a little complicated, but in itself, no impediment to serving the Supreme Lord if one uses that household ashram in devotional service and worships Krishna at home and offers anything one eats at home, and so on. Anyway, we're seeing that Prahlad Maharaj is preaching pure devotional service. And this is very nice. We'll just take another random verse from as he's teaching his demoniac schoolmates. The Supreme Personality of God, the Supreme Controller, who's infallible and indefatigable, is present in different forms of life, from the inert living being, Stavara, such as the plants, to Brahma, the foremost created living being. He's also present in the varieties of material creations and in the material elements, the total material energy and the modes of material nature, Sattvagun, Rajagun, and Tamagun, as well as the unmanifested material nature and the false ego. Although he's one, he's present everywhere, and he's also the transcendental supersoul, the cause of all causes, who's present as the observer in the course of the heart of all living entities. He's indicated that which is pervaded, and as the all-pervading supersoul, but actually cannot be indicated. He's changed as an undivided. He's simply perceived as the supreme Sacinandana, eternity, knowledge, and bliss. Being covered by the curtain of the external energy to the atheist, he appears non-existent. Yeah, so this is important because we have to understand that the devotee has to totally see Krishna everywhere and see everything connected with Krishna. When a devotee sees everything connected with Krishna, then there's no need for any for becoming bewildered by the illusory energy. So in this way, Prahlad is totally teaching the sons of the demons about Krishna consciousness, and in this way, he starts a whole movement in that school, and it is just getting too much. Of course, he's brought before his father the second time, and again he speaks about Vishnu. At that point, Hiranyakasipu wants to kill his son. In the Nrsimha Purana, it is said that Hiranyakasipu said that you should be killed, you should be cut into many pieces, and your heart should be fed to the vultures. In this way, Hiranyakasipu is expressing his demoniac tendencies. And Prahlad is always fearless. Prahlad, because Prahlad has developed as love for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He has full faith that all happiness will be found only in the Supreme Lord and nowhere else. And he sees how the Supreme Lord is unlimitedly merciful and kind. And therefore he's convinced that the Lord will surely protect him. Anyway, and then Hiranyakasipu gives his demons the order to pierce him with weapons, and it's said that then the Lord covers Prahlad. He covers him with a layer of protective energy, and the weapons just bounce off the body of Prahlad, leaving him totally unharmed. And as they bounce off the body of Prahlad, they cut the body of the demons themselves. So, and in this way they inflict pain upon themselves. So we are looking at how Prahlad is at all times totally fearless. His fearlessness comes from not only philosophically accepting that Krishna is the Supreme Lord and the full shelter, but realizing thoroughly within his heart that the Supreme Lord is the source of everything, is the purpose of everything, and that everything is simply the energy of the Lord, and that the Lord is all good. Therefore, whatever will happen, the Lord is all good and one will be always protected. So a few, I'll go to a few descriptions of Lord Nrsimhadev. Oh, sorry. Then we find here, Hiranyakasipu studied the form of the Lord, trying to decide who the form of Lord Nrsimhadev standing before him was. The Lord's form was extremely fearsome because of his angry eyes, which resembled molten gold. His shining mane, so molten gold is reddish gold, right? His shining mane, which expanded the dimension of his fearful face, his deadly teeth and his razor-sharp tongue, which moved about like a dueling sword. His ears were erect and motionless, and his nostrils and gaping mouth appeared like caves of a mountain. His jaws parted fearfully, and his entire body touched the sky. His neck was very short and thick, his chest broad, his waist thin, and the hairs on his body as white as the rays of the moon. His arms, which resembled flanks of soldiers, spread in all directions as he killed the demons, rogues, and atheists with his conch shell, disc, club, lotus, and other natural weapons. Yeah, so we're looking at the Nrsimhadev was very large, much bigger than Hiranyakasipu. And the Nrsimhadev had many, many arms. And with these many arms, as he comes out of the pillar, he doesn't just come out of the pillar, and he doesn't just stand there. Already, I mean, he is extremely angry. He has roared, and he comes out, and he just starts ripping the demons to shreds, right, with all his arms. And he has weapons, and he kills one after another. Then Hiranyakasipu attacked, and of course, then Nrsimhadev killed Hiranyakasipu. Hiranyakasipu was never able to understand that who Lord Nrsimhadev was. He could not fully comprehend that he was the Supreme Lord. That was because that form, that was sort of like, it left an element of doubt. Was it Vishnu or not? Who is this creature? The demon was very much concerned with his own greatness and his own power. And therefore, it never occurred to him that he could be defeated. He thought, like, what's the point? There's no question that he can fight with me. Nobody can fight with me. So, I'll just kill him and that's it. So this is this sense of false confidence is typical for a materialist. Because the truth is that we are fallible. Here in this world, we are fallible, and therefore we can be, any moment, we can be destroyed. We are never safe in the material world. Padam, vidvipadam, natesam. And death is inevitable, and there's no question that we're going to avoid it. And Hiranyakasipu tried to avoid it by his benedictions. He also was not able to avoid it. And in this case, death came in the form of Lord Nrsimhadev. Lord Nrsimhadev is for us a very important form. He is not only the protector against the demons, but he's also the protector of the demoniac mentality within. He is Vigna Vinasan. And that is specifically now in this movement of Lord Chaitanya, our first and foremost focus. Somehow or other, we pray to Prahlad. We pray to Prahlad to become like him, to become totally fearless in any situation, always relying on Krishna, and whatever Krishna arranges is simply good. So that is our meditation. Whatever comes is good, but it's easy. It's not so easy. As we see now, some demon virus has come to attack us, and this virus is something I was discussing it early today, how this virus can be anywhere. And the virus, it is even, how can we protect ourselves from it? You just don't know when and where it will emerge. And that is a fact, that in this material world, how can we protect ourselves from anyone, anything, or anyone? We just don't know. The only thing that is really sure is Krishna. And if we are sure, if we are sure that Krishna is our only shelter, then we are, then there's no anxiety. Then we know for certain. That we will be protected. And so it is this reliance that we have to develop. And it is like the demoniac schoolmates of Prahlad, it is detachment from material enjoyment that we have to develop. Therefore, the instructions to the demoniac schoolmates are very important, because they can help us to give up our faith in material life, material security. And in this way we can take shelter. The Lord's form is extremely fearsome because of his angry eyes, which resemble molten gold, his shining mane, which expand the dimension of a fearful face, his deadly teeth, his razor-sharp tongue, which moved about like a dueling sword, his ears erect and motionless, his nostrils and gaping mouth appeared like caves of a mountain, his jaws parted fearfully, and his entire body touched the sky. His neck was very short and thick, his chest broad, his waist thin, and the hairs on his body as white as the rays of the moon. His arms, which resembled flanks of soda, spread in all directions as he killed the demons, rogues, and atheists with his conch shell, disc, club, and lotus, and other natural weapons. Yeah. So Hiranyakasipu managed to slip from the grip of the Lord, and he thought that he had escaped, and he thought the Lord was afraid of his prowess. But then, making a loud, shrill sound of laughter, the Supreme Personality of Godhead Narayan, who was extremely strong and powerful, captured Hiranyakasipu, who was protecting himself with his sword and shield, leaving no gaps open. With the speed of a hawk, Hiranyakasipu moved sometimes in the sky, sometimes on the earth, his eyes closed because of fear of Nrsingadev's laughter. As a snake captures a mouse, or Garuda captures a very phenomenal snake, Lord Nrsingadev captured Hiranyakasipu, who could not be pierced even by the thunderbolt of King Indra. As Hiranyakasipu moved his limbs, there and all around, very much afflicted at being captured, Lord Nrsingadev placed the demon on his lap, supporting him with his thighs, and in the doorway of the assembly hall, the Lord very easily tore the demon to pieces with the nails of his hands. Lord Nrsingadev's mouth and mane were sprinkled with drops of blood, and his fierce eyes, full of anger, were impossible to look at. Licking the edge of his mouth with his tongue, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Nrsingadev, decorated with a garland of intestines, taken from Hiranyakasipu's abdomen, resembled a lion that had just killed an elephant. Well, okay, this is the dramatic moment of Hiranyakasipu, is his demise. So every demon will face that. Every materialist will face the inevitable destruction, and everything is being destroyed in the material world with time. So we had to develop this sense of focus on the Supreme Lord, and just be attached to Him, and not be attached to material things, because these material things, they will be destroyed. Then a little bit from Prahlad's prayers. Let me just see. Okay, I'll begin here. My dear Lord, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, because of my association with material desires, one after another, I was gradually falling into a blind well full of snakes, following the general populace. But your servant Narada Muni kindly accepted me as his disciple, instructed me how to achieve this transcendental position. Therefore, my first duty is to serve him. How could I leave his service? This is the symptom of a pure devotee. One should serve the spiritual master first. It's not that one should bypass the spiritual master and desire to serve the Supreme Lord. Yes, this Prahlad is greatly loyal to his spiritual master, feeling greatly indebted, and is ready to serve him. It's not so easy to serve the spiritual master, because we may serve the spiritual master in the material world, whereas Krishna, in the association with Krishna, we're in the transcendental. But what if in the course of service we have to interact with the material energy? That it can be difficult. But Prahlad was just dedicated to his service. My dear Lord, you alone manifest yourself as the entire cosmic manifestation. For you existed before the creation, you exist after the annihilation, and you are the maintainer between the beginning and the end. All this is done by your external energy through your actions, reactions with three modes of material nature. Therefore, whatever exists externally and internally is you alone. So Prahlad had this deep transcendental perspective that yes, here's the Supreme Lord. And he is manifesting all his energies. So he's never bewildered by the energy in itself. He was always seeing the energy in relationship to the Supreme Lord. And that is really what we are trying to cultivate by chanting Hare Krishna. Lord Nrsingadev is particularly approached for our purification. One question that may be asked is why are we worshipping Lord Nrsingadev? Why don't we just worship Lord Krishna? Because Krishna is protecting the residents of Vrindavan in so many ways, and Krishna is so kind and merciful, and all these powerful demons come, and Krishna kills them all. So why do we need to turn to Lord Nrsingadev? And that is a good question. One answer I could think of is that Lord Nrsingadev is especially kind towards his devotee. After all, he has this huge body with all these arms and weapons. He has Vajranaga, Vajradamstra. He has nails like thunderbolts and teeth like thunderbolts. He is like so extremely powerful. He is so much the destroyer of all the enemies. But so when we look at Lord Nrsingadev in all his power and all his ghastliness, in his fearsome appearance, then we should understand that he is especially soft-hearted, because he appeared in this very angry form because of his deep affection for Prahlad. Therefore, his motivation is actually deep affection. So, this Lord Nrsingadev is by nature very soft-hearted, very compassionate. So we turn to Lord Nrsingadev to somehow or other, to his compassion, yes, to his kindness, and pray that he may also drive all the demons out of our heart, because we are thoroughly kept in this, imprisoned by all these enemies, by lust, by greed, by anger, by envy, by all these qualities have just captured us and keep us imprisoned. And we pray to be released, and we know that we can't do it. We've tried, but it just didn't work. But Lord Nrsingadev, he can do. He can drive away these impurities in the heart. So we're praying to Lord Nrsingadev, please remove all these obstacles from our hearts. So that is the first and foremost prayer of the Vaishnava. Sometimes you see prayers which are more focused on protection from enemies, but we are particularly turning to these internal enemies: lust, greed, anger, illusion, madness, and envy, kama, krodha, lobha, moha, and matsarya. These 6 enemies, may Lord Nrsingadev destroy these enemies, because these enemies are the problem. We have everything. We have devotional service. We have the mercy of the Vaishnavas. We have the holy name. We have every opportunity. But these 6 enemies, they always get in the way. Therefore, that's our first and foremost prayer. Please, please, my dear Lord, remove all these impurities from our hearts. It is mentioned in the Navadvip Taranga, written by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur writes the Navadvip Mahatmya, where he describes the parikrama in Navadvip, and he describes the nature of the 9 islands. And then in the Navadvip Taranga, he goes on the same parikrama, goes to the same places, but this time we're getting the internal experience. And when coming to Nasringapalli, then he prays to Bhaktivinoda Vinasa, to remove the remover of the obstacles. If somehow or other these obstacles would be removed in our spiritual life, then we could easily, then we could take full advantage of this process, which is so powerful. Just chanting a little bit, and already taste is there. It is said that the materialist, he has taste for sense gratification. The devotee has taste to serve Krishna. And we somehow or other have taste for both. We have taste for both. But we condemn the taste we have for material things. We condemn it. We know that this taste is simply a trap, that the taste we have for material life is simply going to bring us more and more misery. So we're praying to the Lord. Oh, please, please, take this taste I have for material.
Technically, welcome, Maharaj. Again, I say it again for the live stream. We're trying to answer the questions put here in the chat, and some other was not easy and possible to ask both of them simultaneously the question.
First maybe phone him and inform him, but it's so impolite.
He's there's a time gap in between what we're speaking now and what he's now there. He already stopped. Ja, it's ein Verzug von 1 oder 2 Minuten. Genau. So, da gab es eine Frage und eine Frage, die technically welcome Maharaj. Again, I say it again we're trying to answer the questions. So, Hare Krishna. Yeah, the Frage, a question that was here in the chat is by Vrinda Devi Gautam. She's asking, was Prahlad Maharaj a fully liberated soul before birth?
Hare Krishna. So first of all, let me really thank Kadamba Kanana Maharaj. He made a few very important points to us. That Gaudiya-Vaishnavas really worship Lord Nrsimhadev because he is so specially kind and affectionate, and he is willing to remove the inner obstacles. He's willing really to remove lust, anger, greed, illusion, the things which make it so difficult for us. So now we turn to questions, and the first question which was posed here is that, was Prahlad Maharaj a liberated soul from even his birth, before his birth? There is one Vaishnava scholar who answered this question like this, that there is the eternally liberated soul who came, but also in that personality of Prahlad Maharaj, there is a conditioned soul who gets liberated within that birth. There was this, he was before a very, let me say, a man, before he was Prahlad, this conditioned part, was a man who enjoyed a relationship with one prostitute, but they broke up, and both of them became very saintly being in the next life. So that next life was Prahlad Maharaj. So Prahlad is two. He is an eternally liberated soul, and then there is also the human aspect of a struggling soul was there, but in the birth of Hiranyakashipu, in the birth of Prahlad Maharaj, he is a totally perfect soul. Right from the beginning on. He's not like us, who is has one history before Krishna consciousness, and then another history when they become devotees. No, it's not like this. We hear that even in the womb of his mother, he was receiving instructions of Narad Muni, and he kept these instructions to his heart and always lived by them. But according to this, I think it's from the Nrsimha Purana, and it's authorized for Vaishnavas also, there is this other aspect, and that makes him so endearing, that makes him so, let us say, lovable, that makes him so relatable to us, that in his previous life he was struggling with attachments. So in this way he is a little bit closer to us. If someone is just a totally liberated soul, well, that is so beyond our possibility to understand. I mean, a liberated soul does not react with the senses and the mind the way we are interacting and sometimes influenced. Yes, another question is there? Not online, but in the audience. Good. Hare Krishna. Vaidyanath. We will give you a microphone.
Yeah, I keep hearing the story that Prahlad Maharaj in his previous life, he coincidentally during a night after a festival, he stayed in a Nishinga temple and fasted throughout the night on one Ekadasi date. What are the exact details of the story? Do you remember?
Yeah. He had a relationship, as we heard in the question, with one woman who was not a married relationship, and they made an appointment to meet for a romantic meeting, but they were late, and and they met in a forest, right? They met, they under the old tree near the river, just in a place in the forest, and somehow when they met, they began to quarrel with each other. It was something went totally bad in the relationship, and there was no commencement of their lusty desires. No, they were absolutely not, they didn't come together. So then Prahlad, in his previous life, his name was known to me, it started with V. He went in the forest, totally distraught. They didn't eat, he didn't eat anything. They had brought a picnic, but because they quarreled so bad, no one had appetite. He had no appetite, she had no appetite. And they started to walk through the forest separately. And then night came to make things worse. They were lost in the forest, and to look for shelter. They came in a building where they were separately trying to sleep. So both of them were so much disturbed by what happened that they quarreled so bad when they were just wanting to have a nice meeting. That they started to cry, but in separate parts of the buildings. It was almost, he cried there and she cried, I mean, not in the temple room, but in one place of the building. It was a big building, and he cried in another corner of the building. And they heard in the night, they were crying. Someone was crying, but it was so dark, they couldn't. They just stayed and tried to sleep, and in the morning they met, and it turned out both of them had come to the same building. They made up. They didn't do anything foolish, but they made up, and it turned later out that they were born as a king and a queen. Why? Because, and they were very devoted. And why? Because they were, she was, what I told you had happened in the appearance day of Lord Nrsingadev. That's, and in the night, they stayed in an old temple. This was a temple with ruins. An old temple. They stayed there, and they spent the night there. And in this way, all these and they fasted. They didn't eat because they were angry. So in this way, three powerful Agyata Sukritis came together. The appearance day of Lord Nrsingadev, not eating on on the day they fasted, without knowing that it was the day and without intending to observe a holy festival day. And the third, which was there, the third thing is they stayed in an ancient building. This is Agyata Sukriti. It's a very powerful proof that bhakti works even despite our own disqualifications. A little while ago, I gave a lecture on the life of Bilva Mangala Thakur. I think you all remembered that Bilva Mangala was a man overwhelmed by lust, who, although he was married, left his married wife and began to associate with Chintamani, a prostitute on the other side of the river. So you all know the story, and you know that they met one night, and because Bilva Mangala had hurt his body in order to get to Chintamani, they had very serious discussions. They sang about Krishna. She knew how to sing very nicely. And in the morning, Bilva Mangala decided to go away from his former life. He took shelter in the ashram of Somagiri, and there became a great soul. Chintamani, on the other hand, went to Haridwar. So the question which you might ask is, how could a man like Bilva Mangala, who was a rich person, a sense enjoyer, who had betrayed his wife to stay with Chintamani, how could he, turn around and become a saint? How could Chintamani turn around and become a saintly lady? What went on? I mean, it's so hard for us sometimes. And listen to the explanation. Bilva Mangala in a previous life was actually a sannyasi who fed devotees. That was his service. He arranged bandaras, devotee meals. So one day he wanted to actually serve other sannyasis, but he had no money. So he was there in his ashram and he said, I want so badly to cook something and serve these saintly devotees, but I have no money. How can I get money? And it happened that at that time, a procession went by. They the people carried the dead body of a princess who had just died. Bilva Mangala joined the procession as a sannyasi in his previous life and saw there were so many jewels, so much gold on the dead body. And he thought, if this jewels and gold are useless, it's decorations of a dead body. She is not profiting from this. No one profits from this. But if I could just take these jewels and this gold, I could feed so many devotees. So this princess was quite young, and when princesses die so young, they are given samadhi. They are not burnt. They are put under the earth. So he saw this, and he watched it, and he said to himself, I will come back in the evening. When there was no one there, he dug open the grave to get to the gold. He wanted to do so much service. He was almost like a painting distributor who goes through everything just to sell the paintings. Maybe you know, we have seen such things also in our movement. So it's a human impulse to somehow do everything for one's cherished goal. No? So while he was digging, he heard the voice of the princess. Don't do this. This is obnoxious. And you are also sannyasi. What are you doing? Digging the earth away from a woman who is dark. But I understand you have a good motive. I tell you, you can get your gold. You go to my father. You tell him that at the bed where I used to sleep, under the bed there is some wood. He should open the wood, and there are 2 big pieces of gold. Tell them that I said, after my death, I instructed you, take this and do your prasadam distribution. So he went to the king and said, I'm sorry, but your daughter, is she alive? Is she alive? No, she is dead. But then what are you telling? She said, she has some gold for me. It's under the head end of the bed. You just open the wood on the floor and you get the gold. So first he didn't want to do it, but then he thought, I love my daughter so much. And I mean, if this is her wish, if she is somewhere now, let us check if this is true. So he opened the floor at the place which was designated, found the gold and said, well, my daughter has given this sannyasi money like this even after her death. She has lived on to tell this, so he gave the gold. So this sannyasi spent all the gold to feed saints, but soon it was gone. There were so many. So he thought, I know where to get more gold. And he went a second time, took a second time the earth away, and this time she said, this is too much. I will curse you for this offense, that you will take birth as a rich man. Oh no, I just wanted to feed devotees. But you went over your limits. But because you had a good intention, I will also take birth and I will be together with you. We will have a romantic relationship for some time. No, I don't want this. No, you and me, there is some karma. We will live this karma. I will be Chintamani. You will be known as Silhana Mishra. That was the name of Bilvamanga Lataku when he was a Brahmana. We will spend some time. Our karma will be gone, and I will help you to go back home, back to Godhead, because I will give you an instruction. So she was a powerful princess, a great devotee apparently, and a great devotee. I don't want to say it in this. A great, had a lot of oversight. She could see a lot of things, and yes, so it came that they met again in their next life. This time he was Silhana Mishra, not yet Bilvamangalathakur. That's a name he got later. And he met Chintamani, who was a lady of the art of deception. I don't want to say something, a heavy word here for her, but she was also a great Krishna Bhakta. Yes, in Calcutta you also find a very famous prostitute who built a beautiful temple for Madan Mohan in Calcutta. No? it's known. They were not so low class as today. It was a different culture, different civilization. So yes, they Agyata Sukriti, he had done service in his previous life. He had also done a mistake by digging up the grave twice. But because he had done these good things, it came. So so that is how we all start in Krishna consciousness. We somehow come in contact with something auspicious. We eat prasadam, we sing in a kirtan, we are obtaining a book from Srila Prabhupada, and at that time we are not yet devotees. We do not know about the benefit of bhakti. We may even struggle against it. But because bhakti is so strong that anyone who comes in contact, even unknowingly, they got it. So this part of the not liberated soul in Prahlad that had this contact with bhakti. He had fasted without his desire on Nishinga Chaturdasi. He had visited Nishinga's old broken down temple. There was no deity on the altar. And that's why he then came and got a chance to in a way, come to Prahlad Maharaj, the liberated soul, jump, so to say, into that incarnation, or join being here on this earth in a body, and then becoming also liberated. When we hear these scriptural stories, some of them are really very surprising, like the story I just now told you. When you hear such stories, or when you hear the descriptions of the universe, how there are 4 elephants carrying the 4 directions, and when you hear the Puranic view of our life and our world, it's very different than what you have learned in school, and sometimes very different from what you see with these eyes. It's very important at that time that you understand the principles behind it. That is, in the story I just narrated of one previous birth and the Agyata Sukriti, the 2 stories, is that any contact with Krishna consciousness is so powerful. This should bring us to the conclusion that let me increase my contact with Krishna consciousness. Let me increase my contact with chanting. Let me increase my contact with the devotees. Let me increase my respectfully honoring prasadam. It doesn't necessarily mean the quantity needs to be increased in terms of prasadam, but my approach to prasadam, my respect of prasadam. Let me increase, because as Prahlad said, this human form of life in which we are now is very valuable. It's it's very brief, and we have little time to be absorbed in Krishna consciousness. So let me increase these moments. When I do japa, let me be alert and say, wow, I wish to really now go a little bit deeper into the japa. When we are with devotees, let me give my best to have a meaningful Krishna conscious interaction that is helpful for the other person. And in this way, we are concluding when we hear about the power, even which works even though we are not aware of it or conscious of it, Agyata Sukriti, then we increase it. Thank you, Vaidyanatha, for the question and giving me an opportunity to bring out a principle a higher principle of Krishna consciousness. Yes, Munindra. Munindra. Yes.
Thank you, Maharaj, for a very nice class. My question would be, so far I can remember in the Bhagavatam when it's described this story about Prahlad Maharaj, when Prahlad Maharaj was going after the death from Hiranyakashipu to Nisimhadev, and I think he was offering obeisances, and then Nisimhadev picked him up, take him to the slab, and then after it, Nisimhadev gave his lotus hand to his head. And so far I can remember that it's described that then all parts or small rests of parts of I don't know, sinful reactions, but impureness in Prahlad Maharaj was gone. So far I can remember, if it's sorry what was described in the Bhagavatam. And please, when you can, maybe explain some details to this part when Nrsimhadev was like blessed Prahlad. And,
yes, after the Lord Nrsimhadev had destroyed Hiranyakashipu, basically, he was very angry. Yes. You know, when he had, Nrsimha Purana describes, when he had ripped open Hiranyakashipu, and just, you know, imagine his amount of anger. He took out the intestines and garlanded himself with it. He was really angry. For a short moment, Hiranyakashipu was not visible, but then what remained of him fell out of the nails of Nrsimhadev, like ashes coming, or when you have two long nails and some dirt is there. So in this way, he was so angry. And then the ashes of Hiranyakashipu came out from his nails. He was really angry, but that was not the end. Then all the powerful armies of Hiranyakashipu attacked Nrsimhadev. After all, they were, as our Maharaji has explained to us, they were maintained also. They were soldiers, and they had given their oath. May our blood mingle. We are dying for Hiranyakashipu. They were his men. Schwurmänner, durch Eide gebunden. So they were attacking Lord Nrsimhadev, and Lord Nrsimhadev became very angry. His form grew. Many arms came, and he just devoured them and crushed them, and like a lion. If you have ever looked into the eyes of a lion who attacks, you will never want to do it again. It looks so frightening. I once did this with Bhaktivinoda Goswami Maharaj. You know, the lion, we just came to watch lions, but then we made a mistake and the lion became agitated. He started to rock our car and he wanted to attack, and we looked into his eyes. I'm still traumatized if I think of this. It is so wild. It's so wild, so frightening. So he was like this. And the Devatas saw Nrsimhadev, and they could not look at him. It was just too much to look at him. And how will we pacify him? The whole universe will burn if that the anger of God is there. Then Brahma said, Prahlad, he appeared before you. The first they said, you go and to some demigod. I'm not going. Then they said, Lakshmi, you are his wife. I'm not going. He's so angry. Then they said, Prahlad, you go. And Prahlad went fearlessly to the Lord. It said, the lioness is very frightful to everyone, but not to its child, the baby cub. So Prahlad went like this, and when Lord Nrsimhadev saw Prahlad, he immediately calmed down. He was a child, 5 years. He calmed down. The anger came down, and he blessed Prahlad. He put his hand on his head. He touched his head, and all knowledge came into Prahlad, so therefore he could offer the prayers. Prabhupada spoke about this once in Mayapur, and he explained that the touch of the hand of Nrsimhadev on Prahlad gave Prahlad Maharaj, that was a blessing. And he said, anyone who chants Hare Krishna without offenses experience also the touch of the Lord on his head. The episode where we hear Prahlad Maharaj was lifted on the Lord's lap, that is from Brihad Bhagavatamrita. That is not described in the Srimad Bhagavatam. No, but that's a detail. He did it nevertheless. And yes, that is what I know. Munindra Prabhu, I'm personally very careful to not speak or think about if there were any impurities of Prahlad Maharaj, which then went away. I don't think that is a good way to approach this Leela. He was the dearest devotee, a perfect devotee. We never hear of anything in his, as a child, where he played and like normal children do. No, he was a child. He would always sit under a tree and meditate about the Lord. He was Krishna consciousness from the beginning. And even though we heard from another Purana that there was also a conditioned soul residing, I think that that soul must have gotten already full purity of that part when he was with this extraordinary devotee. Prabhu, I was very happy when our Kadamba Kanana Maharaj said, for us Prahlad is very, very important. And in my own preparation for this day, I have decided to stand behind Prahlad and offer prayers from that position. Spiritually, no? There is one indication in the Bhagavatam which shows that Prahlad was very, very, very exalted, because in one verse it says, Shri Hiranyakashipu Ovacha. Shri. Shri is the most respectful term you can think of. Shri means, when we say Shri Krishna, we mean there is Radharani, who is the ultimate goddess of Shri Lakshmi. Now when we say Sri Krishna Sankirtan, not just Krishna Sankirtan, then we want to say that this is the kirtan of Radharani. That mood of Vrindavan is in that kirtan. No? So Shri is a very respectful address. When we say Shri Munindra, it means, wow, you have a lot of respect. Or we say in Vaishnava terms, Shripad. No? Shripad means his lotus feet are worshipable. We say like this. So why do we say Shri Hiranyakashipu Vacha? He's not worshipable. He is a Hiranyakashipu. Very much against the Brahminical culture and so on. And the explanation which Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur gives, why in this verse it says Shri Hiranyakashipu Uvacha, is because he was fortunate, he was blessed, because his son was Prahlad. Therefore, blessed Hiranyakashipu, you are blessed. You did so many things wrong in your life. I mean, he really was a bad asura, but you had a devotee son, and in order to save that devotee, God appeared and he took care of you. Hiranyakashipu was virtually no one was able to finish him, to finish his reign of terror. Terrorregierung. No one was, he was just so powerful because he was protected by these amazing blessings. And we know even ontologically, he is, in a side of him, is a Vaikuntha person, an associate of Lord Narayan, you know, a powerful person. Imagine he acts out the life of a demon. Hiranyakashipu, I heard this from Kripa Moya, had a pillar before his palace. That was the pillar in question. And this pillar was carved as Steinmetzarbeit. There were the faces of all powerful people of the universe which he had defeated. He liked to go by, oh yes, him. Oh. I gave him a slap and killed him, you know, yeah. It's almost like a powerful materialist. He will have pictures of his enemies whom he defeated, you know, or where he became more rich, and that he had this pillar. There was only one face missing on that pillar, and that face was the expanding face of Lord Narasimhadev. He came out of that pillar, and Hiranyakashipu saw that ultimate face who was meant to defeat him. Again, what is the principle here? What do we learn for our life? I'm really thinking Prahlad's greatness is there. And the Lord loves if we praise his devotees. So Prahladji, Prahlad. When I arrived here, one small boy came to me to greet me. He was Sri Prahlad, son of Amara. And I will speak about the real Prahlad. Yes, I saw other hands up for questions. Mhm.
Der Abhishek soll 11 Uhr beginnen. Also
Ja.
5 Minuten.
Okay, in 5 minutes we...
Oder Online-Questions, du willst weiterfahren.
Oder wollen wir singen? Was Schönes singen vielleicht. Ja, ich finde, wir sollten singen. Ja. I suggest we end the class and the questions and so on at this stage. Is that all right? Now comes a very important process. So what do we do? Just please tell us. Can someone? Is it Abhishek only done by the? When can we go on the altar or and all? Is it possible?
You're welcome to praise the Lord, but else everybody else is asked. Even the other second initiated Brahmins are asked to praise the Lord with their eyes. And we are all
bathe with the eyes. Wonderful. Yes. And may I just know how long is the Abhishek?
The Abhishek is 1 hour, 1 hour and a half till 2 hours. So we don't know because we're doing smaller than usual.
Then if it's all right, I would like to sing the kirtan now and go for half an hour. Then I will quickly change into other dress and then yes?
Yes. Hare Krishna.
Good. Shri Nrsingadeva ki jai, Shri Prahlad Nrsingadeva ki jai, Go Premanandi, Oh Hari Hari Bol. Fire up.
Go
So Krishna, can you see that you're as much as possible on this side, so that not many people can crowd around you?
Ja, wie wird es remove?
Ja, genau. Ja, I will move.
Can I maybe request some of you to take the Vyasa sun and everything away? Go Krishna, let's start immediately. Yeah?
Would you like this?
Go Krishna, quick, I can do everything. Let's start. Start. Ich bin so enthusiastisch. Ich habe so gewünscht zu kommen. Warum war ich nicht da? Ich renne vor Enthusiasmus. Hare Krishna. Ja, meine Freude. So, what do we sing? Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Shimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Nitinamine. Please join me and Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Shunyavani Askatyari Satarine Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda No, not this one. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Dhiranitai. Rama Rama Hare Hare. What did I do? Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Everybody sing again. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Everybody please see the singer, Jai singer, Jaya Jaya singer. Oh, Shina Singha, Jai Singha, Jaya Jaya. Jaya Jaya Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare Rama, Hare Everybody sing. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Rama Rama, Hare Singha Dalita Hiranyakashipu Dhanabringa Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Abhakara Kamala Bhare Naka Amrita Singha Radha Raya Gasipo Dhanabringa Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Abhakara Kamala Bhare Naka Adbhuta Shriya Kalika Hiranyakashipu Dhanabringa Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jagadisha Hare Navakara Kamala Bhare Naka Adbhuta Shriya Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Avakara Kamala Bhare Naka Adbhuta Shingha Dalita Hiranyakashipu Dhanabringa Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Tavakara Shingha Dalita Hiranyakashipu Dhanabringa Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Keshavadeta Nara Hare Rupa Jai Jagadish Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Oh Hari Bol, Krishna Krishna, Jai Singade, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Oh Jai Singade, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Ram Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Hare Rama Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Jayo Sing Hare, Sing Hare, Sing Hare, Jayo Sing Hare, Sing Hare, Sing Hare, Sing Hare, Sing Hare, Jayo Sing Hare, Sing Hare, Sing Hare, Jayo Sing Hare, Sing Hare. Jayo Sing Hare, Sing Hare, Sing Hare, Jayo Sing Hare, Sing Hare, Jayo Sing Hare, Sing Hare, Sing Hare, Jayo Sing Hare. Sing ho, Praladisha Jayo, Papa Mukha, Papa Bringo. Praladisha Jayo, Papa Mukha, Papa Bringo. Shina Singh, Jaya Singh, Jaya Jaya Singh, Praladesha Jaya Padma Mudra Padma Vrinda Jaya Jaya Shri Singh Jaya Singh Jaya Jaya Singh Praladesha Jaya Padma Mudra Jaya Singh Jaya Jaya Singh Missing Hare, missing Hare, missing Hare, Jayo Nissim Hare, Nissim Hare, Nissim Hare, Jayo Nissim Hare, Nissim Hare, Nissim Hare, Nissim Jayo Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jayo Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jayo Nara Hari, Jayo Nara Hari, Nara Hari, Jayo Nara Hari. Nara Hari, Nara Hari, Jaya Nara Hari. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jayo Nissim Hare, Nissim Hare, Nissim Hare, Jayo Nissim Hare. Jayo Nara Hari, Nara Hari, Nara Hari, Jayo Nara Hari. Jaya Jaya Nissim Hare, Nissim Hare, Nissim Hare, Jaya Jaya Nissim Hare. Jaya Jaya Nissim Hare, Nissim Hare, Nissim Hare, Jaya Jaya Nissim Hare, Nissim Hare, Nissim Hare, Nissim Hare, Jaya Jaya. Oh, Jaya Bhagavan Singare. Nissim Hare, Nissim Hare, Jaya Nissim Hare, Jaya Nissim Hare, Jaya Nissim Hare. Jaya Nissim Hare, Nissim Hare, Nissim Hare, Jaya Nissim Hare. Jayo Prahlad Nrsimha, Prahlad Nrsimha, Prahlad Nrsimha, Jayo Prahlad Nrsimha. Jayo Lakshmi Nrsimha, Lakshmi Nrsimha, Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Lakshmi Narasimha. Jaya Jaya Simhadev, 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 Jaya Simhadev. Jai Shri Shri Prahlad Lakshmi Narasimhadev Bhagavan ki.
Hare Krishna. So next we'll be joined by His Holiness Sacinandana Swami, live from Sri Vrindavan Dham from Braj. Unfortunately, because of time schedule, we are joining the lecture a little bit later. But fortunately, Srila Gurudeva gives really long lectures, so he's giving a 2-hour lecture. So we'll join for the second half. He has been giving lectures the last few days, tuning up to Nrsimha Chaturdasi. And now we will join him in directly in Vrindavan. So just a few seconds until we figure out the transition, the sound.
Поэтому такие святые, Ранние, другие, они именно помогают нам понять настроение читания.
It's like I have godbrothers I met who had the privilege to read Krishna book to Srila Prabhupada. They would say sometimes that they'd read the story so many times, and I was like, oh, they kind of fall asleep. Prabhupada was just like, just in trance listening to the Krishna book, which is a summary study of the 10th canto of the Bhagavatam. He was just fascinated hearing it. The difference between a neophyte devotee and a pure devotee.
Мне посчастливилось встречаться и общаться с моим духовным братом, который читал книгу Кришны «Источниках наслаждения» Шрилы Прабхупады. И несмотря на то, что он читал одну и ту же лилу, которая происходила, преданные иногда засыпали, но Шрила Прабхупада, он с неуменьшающимся вниманием слушал одну и ту же лилу. Это было для него нечто особенное.
Krishna consciousness is evergreen. It's a tree that remains green even in the winter, but analogy is used. Krishna consciousness is ever fresh. Thank the Lord, it's ever fresh. It's a new experience at every step. We're so blessed, so fortunate. We tolerate the stale nature of material life. We're not bored during the coronavirus. We have more than enough to keep us enthusiastic.
Сознание Кришны, оно вечно свежо, как говорится, то же самое, как дерево, вечно зеленое, иногда есть такие деревья. А то самое сознание Кришны, оно никогда не наедает, поэтому, несмотря на всю пандемию, всю сложную ситуацию, в которой мы сейчас находимся, благодаря тому, что у нас есть сознание Кришны, мы всегда можем ощущать вечную свежесть.
So, Vrindavan Thakur describes in Chaitanya Bhagavat that he used to like to hear Srimad Bhagavatam from Gadadhar Pandit.
Вриндаван Тхакур описывает, что Господь Чайтанья любил слушать произведения от Гададхара Пандита.
Rightfully so, because Gadadhar Pandit is Srimati Radharani.
Мы знаем, что это подходящая личность, поскольку Гададхар Пандит является...
So he's trying to understand Radharani's love, so like do the math.
Он хотел понять любовь Шримати Радхарани, поэтому сами просчитайте, сами подумайте.
So they would sit down and Gadadhar Pandit would say, Lord, what part of the Bhagavatam should I recite? So Vrindavan Thakur says, Mahaprabhu would say, I want to hear the part about Prahlad Maharaj and Dhruva Maharaj.
Mahaprabhu говорит, я хочу услышать ту часть, которая описывает Прабхупад Махараджа и Dhruva Махараджа.
And Chaitanya Bhagavat states that Mahaprabhu so much enjoyed hearing the pastimes of Dhruva and Prahlad that he would ask Gadadhar Pandit to repeat it, and I'm quoting scripture, hundreds of times a day.
И он говорит, что ему так нравилась эта часть, что я буквально цитирую, что он слушал это 100 раз в день.
Intertwined. Pastimes.
Переплетены.
That's the mood sometimes in Krishna consciousness, the different mellows, they kind of mix together, so the devotee, this is a very advanced stage, but the devotee feels different emotions towards the Lord. It's all about love, it's all about bhakti. Different ways that ocean of the nectar of devotion is awoken in the heart of the devotee.
Это океан преданности, который развивается в сердце преданного.
But first you have to clean the heart.
Но прежде всего нам необходимо очистить сердце. Germany with us, yeah. German devotees with us, watching.
So another shastra that reveals that Nrsimha and Mahaprabhu are the same person is called Chaitanya Mangalam.
Итак, в другом месте, где описывается, что Чайтанья Нрисимха – это одна личность, это содержится в Чайтанья Мангале.
In Chaitanya Mangalam, it's described that one time Srivastava Thakur was reading the Brihad Sahasranam, or the, the 1,000 names of Vishnu.
И описывается в Чайтанья Мангале, говорится, что Шривастава Тхакур однажды читал Брихад Сахасранам или 1000 имен Господа Вишну.
It's a popular book amongst Vaishnavas.
Это популярная книга среди вайшнавов,
especially Vishnu Bhaktas.
особенно Вишну Бхактов.
Because Brihad Sahasranam contains the 1,000 names of Vishnu.
Поскольку вот это произведение содержит 1000 имен Господа Вишну.
It's like we have so many names of Radharani, so many names of Krishna that we as гаудия-вайшнавис like to read.
И то же самое, как у нас есть множество имен Радхарани, множество имен Кришны, это то, что мы гаудия-вайшнавы любим читать.
Mahaprabhu says, "Oh my Lord, your holy name alone can render all benediction upon the living entities." Thus you have hundreds and millions of names like Krishna and Govinda, and you're present in those names, any name. You chant. Chaito Darbana Marjanam, your heart becomes purified.
То же самое, как говорится, что Господь, у тебя есть 1000 имен, они полные, полны нектара, и я с любовью, с радостью повторяю эти святые имена.
So you can imagine Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he's hearing his own names.
Можно представить, что Господь Чайтанья Махапрабху, он слушает свои собственные имена.
Prabhupada said, in this material world, everyone likes it when their name is mentioned.
И Шрила Прабхупада говорит, что в этом материальном мире каждый любит звук своих имен.
That's a reflection of the spiritual world, where the Lord and His devotees relish His sweet holy names, which describe the name, fame, form, pastimes, characteristics of the all blissful, all beautiful, all merciful Lord.
И это все берет свое начало от того, что в именах Господа содержится имя, форма, качество и деяние вечно удивительного, прекрасного Господа.
Today it was so relishable because we did an initiation and we were giving the devotees names. And you know, with initiation, that's always like kind of the favorite part of the ceremony, where your friend who was Bhakta Joe or Sally, they get a beautiful name like Govinda Seva, Madhava Chandra, Sangita Rasa, Prema Hari, Raj Govinda, Madhuri Gita, Nrsimha Chaitanya, Keshava Chandra, Kamala Madhavi, Muna Leela, Shaima Premi, Kali Kishori, Brajasaki Devi Dasi, Suvarna Kumari, Vijay Hari, Prema Manjari, Kumari Shri, Anandini Priya, and Braja Premika. Those are some good names. And those devotees were so happy that they received the names, which means they're servants of that personality or that bhav or that lila stan. There's much to be said about a name.
И самая значимая часть при инициации – это когда наше старое имя, оно меняется на какое-то духовное.
Amrita Sundari.
Такие Амрита Сундари и другие красивые имена, которые содержат и несут в себе определенную бхаву. И так много можно сказать об именах.
I didn't see her on the list. She was on the back page, and I said, "Okay, it's all finished." And, what? I didn't have a name for her, so then I thought, Amrita Sundari. What a beautiful name.
И я не успел, потому что ее имя, одной преданной, оно было на другой стороне листа. И я его не увидел, и она говорит, а мне имя, и мы назвали ее Амрита Сундари.
So you like that when you get a name, then you like to hear your name because it reminds you of Krishna.
И поэтому, когда вы получаете имя, вы любите, потому что это имя напоминает вам о Кришне.
There's das and dasi, so we're servant of the personality whose name we have been given.
И, то есть мы являемся дасом или даси того личности, имя которого нам дали.
So the tendency is there. That tendency comes from Krishna.
И эта тенденция, она идет от Кришны.
Prabhupada said all the emotions we experience in this world are also in the spiritual world, except for envy.
И все те эмоции, которые мы можем испытывать здесь в материальном мире, они и есть, за исключением зависти.
So Srivas Thakur is going, Brihat Sahasranam, he's chanting all the thousand names, he's chanting Matsya, Kunma, Raha.
Итак, Шривас Тхакур, он читает эту 1000 имен Господа Кришны, там Матсya, Курма,
And Mahaprabhu was listening very carefully. Oh yes, I remember that. When I was the fish incarnation, when I was the boar incarnation, when as a little Vamadeva, I took 3 steps and I poked my little baby toe through the covering of the universe. And Mother Ganges came in. He was relishing. We relish. Imagine Krishna, how much he relishes. Rasamrita Murti is the relisher of all rasas. How much he was relishing hearing his own sweet name.
И Господь Чайтанья, он наслаждался, когда он слышал имена, связанные с его деяниями. Например, в то воплощение, когда он явился в форме вепря, или когда он явился в форме черепахи, или когда он явился в форме карлика Ваманадева, и когда он с 3 своими шагами он всю землю покорил, и как он пробил вселенную, и Ганга появилась. Насколько он наслаждается своими именами?
Akila Rasamrita Murti, relisher of all rasas. So each name that is bringing back, he's always invaded these pastimes. And all of a sudden, Srivas Thakur says, the Sringadev! And the whole mood in the room just focused on the Sringa. Who's the Sringa? The Sringa is when Krishna becomes angry. Atecham sa kalo pumsha krishnashtu bhagavan swayam indriya yakalam lokam riyajunte juge juge. All the above mentioned incarnations are the plenary portions or portions of the plenary portions, but all of these avatars come from Krishna, who's avatari, Swayam Bhagavan.
Все остальные инкарнации являются частичными воплощениями той личности Бога, и Господь Кришна является источником всех аватаров.
But when the Sringa's name came, the Sringadev's Krishna, when he gets the most angry, anger personified, because his devotee is being harassed. Actually, the Sringadev is an expression of love, Krishna's love for his devotee. That's how we see Krishna, Nishringa. So beautiful. Wow. Because it's a manifestation of God's love. That's not Hiranyakashipu, so it is death personified. We see through spiritual eyes, or we see through our spiritual masters' words.
Итак, Господь Нрисимха является воплощением любви к своих преданным. Это то, как мы видим Его. Он является, с одной стороны, воплощением гнева, но на самом деле Он пришел, чтобы защитить своего преданного из своей любви. Поэтому мы смотрим на Него таким образом.
So when Mahaprabhu heard his name from Satyuga, he became very, Chaitanya Bhagavad said, he became very thoughtful.
И когда Господь Чайтанья услышал свое имя, то говорится, что он стал очень мягким.
And his eyebrows curled.
И он стал задумчивым, и
he started to tremble.
Его лоб начал изгибаться,
eyes became bloodshot.
Его глаза покрылись красным
He became
цветом.
very angry.
Он стал очень гневным.
And he roared like a million lions.
И он зарычал, как миллионы львов.
The hairs on his body stood on end.
Волосы на его теле встали дыбом.
And he made a roar which went to the top of the 14 worlds and terrified even the demigods.
И он закричал настолько громко, что даже этот рык, он достигал вершин 14 миров, и от него даже испугались все полубоги.
And the Vrindavandas Thakur says, the demigods, they thought, the Shringa's back. He's in Kali Yuga.
Полубоги подумали, Господи, Нрисимха-Дев вернулся, он сейчас находится в Кали-юге.
Uh-oh. Because even in Satya-yuga, when they had to approach him, they were too afraid to do so.
И поскольку они очень боялись обратиться к нему.
Even Lakshmi wouldn't go. No one had seen a form like this before. It was a particular form, one incarnation for one devotee. That's how much the Lord loves his devotees. Like we said the other day in the Bible, the Lord so much loveth this world that he sent his only begotten Son, Jesus Christ.
И даже Лакшми Деви, она боялась подойти к Господу Нрисимха-Дева, потому что говорится одно воплощение для одного преданного. Настолько Господь любит своих преданных. Как говорится в Библии, что Господь послал своего возлюбленного Сына.
The Lord so much loves his devotees that he'll come in one incarnation to save one devotee. What's that? That's love. That's divine love. That's the perfection of love.
Господь настолько сильно любит своего преданного, что ради одного преданного Он приходит сюда. И это есть любовь, это есть высшая божественная любовь.
It's a big thing when an incarnation comes to this world.
Большая вещь, когда инкарнация Господа приходит в этот мир.
The Lord leaves Vaikuntha or Goloka and he comes to associate with all us nasty people.
Господь оставляет свое место на Галоке и Вайкунхе, и Он приходит сюда среди
Kills so many demons, spends time giving the perfect lecture.
Многих людей убивает, и Он дает лекции на поле битвы Курукшетра.
Elegance is truth spoken concisely, the whole absolute truth in 45 minutes. Bhagavad Gita.
Мудрость — это истина, высказанная краткость. И за 45 минут Он поведал всю Бхагавад-гиту.
It's a big thing.
Это большая вещь.
Srigata just came and was here just a little while for Prahlad and he went back to Vaikuntha.
Нрисимха-Дев пришел, и он немножко побыл ради своего преданного Прохлада, и потом он обратно
How dear is Prahlad to Nrsimha and how dear is Nrsimha to Prahlad? This is the subject matter of Vedacharyas for millions and millions of years now. The science of devotional service.
Насколько же дорог,
It's the real science.
насколько же дорог Прохлад Нрисимхе, и насколько Нрисимха дорог Прохладу. И это является наукой, высшей наукой, духовной наукой.
So then Nrsimhadev, he took a club and he started swinging the club around. So, here's Gadadhara Pandit.
И затем он взял, Господь читает настроение Нрисимхи, он взял в руки дубинку и стал размахивать ее. Это Шривас Такур, он читает это.
Mahaprabhu was swinging a club.
И Махапрабху, он просто размахивал дубинкой.
So when the devotees saw this, their natural feeling was, what have we done wrong?
И когда преданные увидели
What sins have we committed?
чувства, они подумали, какой же грех мы совершили, что мы не так сделали.
So seeing that, Mahaprabhu described that he adjusted his thoughts and relaxed and took his seat and came back to the mood of Mahaprabhu, which is to give prema.
И увидя это, он привел свои мысли в порядок и немного расслабился. Он сел на свое место и снова обрел настроение Махапрабху в настроении према.
Namo Mahabhadanaya Krishna Prem Badayate Krishna Krishna Chaitanya Namde Gaur Tvashaya Namaha. That's the singular mood in the activities of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, is to give prema to who? To the most fallen people in Kali Yuga. This is what amazed Rupa Goswami. When Rupa Goswami first saw Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, this is the verse that came from his mouth at Ramkeli. Mahaprabhu was entering the village, and Rupa Goswami saw him. When you see someone that you love, an emotion comes, oh my beloved. What did Rupa Goswami say? Mahabhadanaya Krishna Prem Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Go. So deep.
Когда впервые Рупа Госвами он встретился с Чайтаньей Махапрабху, первые эмоции, которые у него захлестнули, это были эмоции любви, потому что когда мы встречаем дорогого, любимого человека, чувство любви переполняет наше сердце, и поэтому он произнес этот стих «Махавданя Кришна Прем Прадайате».
That's his mood.
Это было его настроение, в этом настроении, что он дает прему самым падшим, самым никчемным женским. Иногда мы переполняем и другим настроением. Убить всех демонов. Спасти моих преданных.
Like Lord Nityananda had to remind Chaitanya Mahaprabhu when Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted to annihilate Jagai and Madai after they attacked Lord Nityananda. And Lord Nityananda said, whoa, wait a minute, Lord. This is not the mood you're supposed to display in Kali Yuga. Your mood is a mood of compassion.
И когда Господь Нитьянанда, он напоминал Господу Чайтанье, когда Джагай и Мадхай, они прогневали Господа Чайтанье, тот хотел было их наказать, убить, но Господь Нитьянанда сказал: во-во-во, подожди немножечко, это не то настроение, в котором ты пришел в Кали-югу, твое настроение в Кали-югу, давать милость, а не наказывать и убивать грешников.
But you could say he kills, but he kills, it's like Jesus said, hate the sin, not the sinner.
Господь Иисус Христос говорит: ненавидьте грех, а не грешника.
So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, by his Sankirtan movement, chanting, dancing, feasting, association with other devotees, he kills the demoniac mentality in the heart of the conditioned soul. The business goes on, but it's a little bit in a more merciful fashion. He kills the demoniac mentality. Doesn't kill the person. Therefore, he's the most merciful and kind. He's even more merciful than Krishna.
Настроение Господа Чайтаньи Махапрабху, он еще более милостив, чем сам Господь Кришна, поскольку он не убивает грешника, но он убивает это грешное, греховное настроение, и поэтому он является самым милостивым воплощением Господа.
And we are all connected to him through our Guru Parampara.
И мы все связаны с ним посредством Гуру Парампары.
At the moment of initiation, we're formally invited into this Brahma Madhva гаудия-вайшнав Sampradaya, but in particular, Srila Prabhupada's family.
И во время
We're
инициации
Prabhupada's men and women. That's our
официально
only qualification. Otherwise, how would we come? Who would we be connected? What we did?
Во время посвящения мы официально приглашаемся в семью Шрилы Прабхупады, и таким образом мы становимся связаны со всей парампарой. Иначе в противном случае, кто мы такие вообще, чтобы думать о каком-то духовном прогрессе, но благодаря милости Шрилы Прабхупады мы приглашены в Брахма Мадхва гаудия-вайшнавизмом.
I often say that the greatest compliment to a devotee, the greatest honor for a devotee is to be called a Prabhupada.
И самая большая квалификация, или как лучше всего назвать человека, это человек Прабхупады.
So, Mahaprabhu, he adjusted his thoughts and he relaxed and he took on back his mood of being Mahaprabhu, the most merciful incarnation of Krishna.
Господь Чайтанья, он поправил немножко свое настроение от Господа Нрисимха, и он обратно вернулся в настроение Господа Чайтаньи.
Because Nitai said, if you want to kill Jagai and Madai, Mahaprabhu, you're going to have to kill everybody in Kali Yuga because everyone's like Jagai and Madai.
Нитьянанда сказал: если ты хочешь убить Чайтанья, Господь Чайтанья, Джагая и Мадхая, то тебе придется убить всех в Кали-югу, потому что все подобны Джагаю и Мадхаю.
What's the purpose of that? You have to come here. An incarnation comes for the purpose of delivering.
Какой смысл в этом? Потому что инкарнация приходит с целью освобождения.
You come here to deliver the fallen souls, both through the thunderbolt and the rose.
Конечно, это воплощение приходит для того, чтобы освободить и защитить, и это может быть сделано с помощью
Sometimes Mahaprabhu was strong like a thunderbolt, sometimes he was soft like a rose.
молнии и с помощью розы. Иногда Господь Чайтанья проявлял оба этих настроения.
Both the non-devotees and the devotees benefited by his presence. Therefore, one of Krishna's names is Hari. Hari means he who takes away all inauspiciousness. Just like when the sun comes out, all the darkness goes, all the impurities are absorbed by the sun from the pools of dirty water. Everything becomes purified by the sun. You want to purify a cloth, you put it out in the sun.
Господь, Он очищает все, подобно солнцу. Когда встает солнце, то оно рассеивает все облака, оно очищает все лужи. Если мы хотим очистить одежду, то мы кладем эту одежду на солнце, и она очищается.
But we would rather get the rose than the thunderbolt.
Мы больше хотели бы, конечно, получить милость как подобной розе, чем милость.
So that was it. Mahaprabhu was mostly like the rose. So even to the non-devotees, he's so kind.
И Господь Чайтанья Махапрабху, он больше проявлял настроение розы. Даже к непреданным он проявлял особую милость.
Anyone who hears Mahaprabhu's formula, hears the chanting of Hare Krishna, Agyat Sukriti, unknowingly they make spiritual advancement.
Все, кто слышали, когда Господь Чайтанья повторяет святые имена, они получали Агьята Сукрити, даже не осознавая то, что они занимаются благочестивой деятельностью.
And there's so many examples that we can feel confident that no matter how fallen we are, how many dirty things are still in the heart, there's still hope for us.
И множество примеров тому, насколько бы мы грязными не были, насколько бы наше сердце не было чисто, всегда остается надежда.
And there's a very famous pastime to show that no matter how fallen we are, we can be delivered by the mercy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu.
И множество примеров, которые показывают о том, что как бы мы сильно не были падшими, мы все равно можем заслужить милость Господа Чайтаньи.
And Nrsimhadev is in that pastime too.
И Господь Нарисимха, он тоже...
He's everywhere. He's inside the heart, he's outside. Thank God that God is like that, because padam padam yadvi padam natesham. There's danger at every step. So Nrsimhadev is there to help us make the proper steps to the minefield of material existence.
Так, Господь Нарисимха, он находится повсюду, он и там, и везде. И поэтому мы ему предаемся, потому что он может защитить и может победить весь материализм.
When we were in Sri Lanka, there was a tsunami in Sri Lanka, and we went there to distribute prasadam to the people because the country was devastated.
Потому что когда мы были на Шри-Ланке, мы распространяли просад людям, потому что люди находились в бедствии.
And we traveled with a group of devotees, very nice devotees from Sri Lanka. They helped us organize prasadam distribution. We went to villages that just didn't exist anymore. People were starving.
Мы путешествовали, занимались этой деятельностью с замечательными преданными Шри-Ланки. Мы раскормили тех людей в деревне, которые уже даже не существуют, они просто были измучены своим
The government was a little inimical towards our movement because they're Buddhist. But when they saw our desire to distribute prasadam, they really appreciated us. They gave us lots of food to distribute, grains to cook, like that.
И в этой деревне преобладало буддийское настроение, религия, но когда они увидели наше желание распространять просад и служить другим, то они оказали нам всяческую поддержку и обеспечили нам необходимую пищу, чтобы мы могли ее раздать.
But there was a war going on.
Но война шла в то время
between Tamil Tigers and the government.
Между одной армией и правительством.
So because the Tamil Tigers had been cut off from everything, we went there to distribute prasadam.
И поскольку одна сторона она побеждала, то мы распространили просад на их стороне.
And we went into the war zone.
И мы зашли на
There was a temporary,
поле боевых действий.
Peace, just so people could, eat both sides. So there was a treaty for 30 days.
И на протяжении 30 дней было перемирие, и чтобы мы могли покормить и ту, и противоположную сторону.
So we went into the war zone, actually.
И мы были в зоне боевых действий.
And we saw graves and burnt out tanks and all kinds of stuff.
Мы видели могилы и сожженные танки.
Tamil Tigers were so grateful that we were there. And we were giving them prasadam, not just feeding them, but giving the Lord's blessings. It was really satisfying.
Сторона, она была очень благодарна нам, потому что мы их кормили, но мы их не просто кормили, мы им давали Бхагават прасада.
So one afternoon we were driving and I had to answer the call of nature.
И однажды мы ехали в обед, и мне нужно было остановиться, чтобы сходить.
So I'd stop the car.
Ответить,
I got out and it was kind of an exposed area and there was a few trees, some 50 meters away across a paddy field. So I ran and they answered the call of nature behind the tree, and I was coming out to walk back to the car.
Я вышел с машины, и мне нужно было преодолеть около 50 метров, чтобы добраться до ближайшего дерева. И я побежал до дерева, и потом обратно вернулся в машину.
And the devotee was, local devotee helping us from Colombo. He said, "Ma, stop! You didn't see the sign." It was this big sign, and look at it. It says, "Attention, danger." Even the Tamil Tigers of the government had planted hundreds of explosive mines in that very field. And it says, "Don't walk here." Somebody put up the sign, and I ran through the minefield. Hare Krishna.
И так произошло, что у нас был один местный человек, один местный преданный, и он помогал нам. И когда он видел, что я бегу, он сказал: "Закричал: Махарадж, стойте! Вы разве не видели надпись, которая была здесь приделана, и там говорилось, что это поле заминировано. Вы не можете бежать, потому что либо та сторона, либо та другая сторона правительства, они заминировали это поле, и вы можете в любой момент взорваться."
50 meters.
50 метров.
So then he said, "Don't even move an inch."
Даже не двигайся ни на сантиметр.
The mines are everywhere.
Потому что бомбы, мины, они везде.
So I said, "What am I going to do?"
А что же мне делать-то?
So whatever you do, don't do anything.
Что бы ни делал, просто
Don't even breathe strongly.
не дыши просто.
He said, I'll go into the camp where the Tamil Tigers are, and I'll try to get a map of where they place the mines in this field.
Я отправлюсь сейчас на сторону той стороны, которая заминировала это поле, и я попрошу карту, чтобы я знал, где находятся мины.
So apparently he went there and he met the soldiers, but they didn't want to give him the map. They said, "No, this is our protection from the government. We're not going to let it know where the mines are."
И он встретился с этой воюющей стороной, и они сказали: "Мы не дадим тебе карту, потому что мы не хотим знать, где находятся мины, чтобы правительство не знало об этом."
So he said, "I had to pay a bribe."
И он сказал, что ему пришлось дать взятку.
And they sent a man with me. They sent a man back with him, with the map, to yell at me, take a step here, 10 inches that way. Okay, now 1 foot, your left foot here. No, down. Put your right foot half a meter over there. It took me 4 hours. 4 hours to walk 50 meters back to the road. Hare Krishna. Tabakara kamala bharena kama buddha shringam Dalita Uranya Kashipu Tanumringam Keshava Jeta Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadishani. I was chanting from the heart, as Mother would say. I chanted that mantra so hours. I was singing. I had a hoarse voice when I got back. Oh my God. OMG. Jai Shri Ganesh. Спасибо, Бог.
И этот преданный, он вернулся вместе с другим проводником, который должен был показать, как мне пройти через это поле и не взорваться ни одна мина. И он мне говорит: аккуратно, 5 сантиметров сюда, потом сюда, ну быстро, стой, назад, подожди, не двигайся. И мне понадобилось 4 часа, чтобы преодолеть эти 50 метров. И я в тот момент пел, воспевал славу Господу на Симхе и возносил ему молитвы, прям как говорит Мадхава, от всего сердца.
The Tamil tiger, the soldier, he kept saying, "Do exactly as I say, but this will be your last step in this life."
И вот этот солдат из Тамилтау, он говорит: ты должен делать именно так, как я тебе говорю, иначе это будет твой последний шаг.
One time he said, "Take this step." I started to take the step. He said, "Wait, that's wrong." And I had 1 foot in the air, and I'm balancing. Okay, he said 3 inches over.
И этот солдат, он сказал: поставь ногу сюда. Потом я только собрался ставить эту ногу, занес эту ногу вверх. И он говорит: подожди, Да, я подумаю, по-моему, не сюда. И пока он думал, куда мне стоит ставить ногу, нога висела в воздухе, и я возносил молитву Господу Нарисимху, я весь потел, взмок.
Sometimes people say, do you believe in God?
Иногда люди спрашивают, а ты верите в Бога?
Yes,
Да.
I do.
Да, я верю.
I do.
Я верю.
So perhaps the most famous story showing the connection between Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Sringadev is that of the Chankazi.
И одна из самых известных историй, которая показывает милость Господа, это история, связанная с Чандакази.
We mentioned the Chankazi. He was the ruler of that part of India, and he actually made a proclamation that we don't want this Hare Krishna chanting on the streets. He made a proclamation, no more Harinam.
И вот этот Чанкази в то время был мусульманским правителем, и он запретил преданным выходить на улицу и совершать харинам. И он сказал, что никакой харинам, и он остановил движение
But he made the
Господа.
proclamation at the wrong time.
Но он провозгласил это в неподходящее
Dhamantu
время.
sakshat bhagavat panitam. But for the Lord, there's no created being that can inaugurate Dharma, the process of self-realization for the age. It comes from Krishna. And Krishna had come to the earth as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He makes the proclamation. And there's this tiny jiva, the puffed up jiva saying, no more Harinam. Like, hello, you know, who's here? The king of Dharma. Watch out.
И он
Krishna's here as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. You can't say stop. Okay, God, stop it. Excuse me. I said, God, stop it. You know who you're talking to.
И он, этот Чанкази, он не вовремя сказал, он пришел со своим
You know who I
высказыванием.
am?
То же самое
Two guys are
сказал.
going to fight, right? One says, do you know who I am? Black belt, karate, famous in the world.
Кази пытался остановить Бога, но это невозможно. Когда кто-то придет и скажет, Бог, остановись, но это невозможно. И Господь Чайтанья, он просто не обращал внимания на то, что сказал Господь Чайтанья, как иногда люди спорят между друг другом и говорят, а ты знаешь, кто я, а ты знаешь, кто я. То же самое. Кази не мог противостоять желанию Богу, потому что Господь велик, а Чанкази он всего лишь какой-то маленький.
So Mahaprabhu organized a big demonstration.
Махапрабху организовал большую демонстрацию.
Thousands of his followers went to the Chankazi's residence, you know, in the evening with his torchlights, lamps, natural burning.
Тысячи последователей Господа Чайтаньи пришли вечером к месту, где обитал Чанкази, с лампами, которые горели иным образом,
To challenge this proclamation.
чтобы
No more chanting Hare
бросить
Krishna in the street.
вызов этому указанию, что никогда не повторяется.
Kali Yuga just started, and you want to stop the Yuga Dharma?
Кали-юга
500, you know,
только
1,000
началась.
years.
А ты хочешь остановить эту?
No way.
Ни за что.
So Prabhupada calls it the first act of civil disobedience.
И Шрила Прабхупада говорит, это был первый акт неповиновения.
There's so many acts of civil disobedience before Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared. But Prabhupada said, well, this is like the first real one. Everything else is just people complaining about this and that, and a mundane type of thing. No real. What's real significant is spiritual life. So the first act of civil disobedience, you're trying to stop the Yuga Dharma. This is something significant.
Это был Шрила Прабхупада говорит, что сейчас много происходит неповиновений, общественных неповиновений, но Господь Чайтанья впервые бросил вызов, и он проявил тем самым неповиновение, потому что может быть важнее, чем духовное развитие, это самое является самым важным.
So the Lord met the Chankazi.
И Господь встретился с
And they
Чанкази.
discussed, and actually it wasn't so difficult to convince the Kazi to annul that proclamation, because the previous night the Kazi said he had a very interesting dream.
И это не составило большого труда переубедить Чандакази, потому что совсем недавно у Чандакази случился удивительный сон.
Let's hear his words to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu sharing his dream.
Давайте услышим слова Чандакази, в которых он рассказывает о своем сне.
And I quote the Chankazi.
И я процитирую Чандакази.
The night after I forbade the performance of congregational chanting, in my dreams that very night, I saw a grateful, fearful lion roaring very loudly, his body like a human being, and his face like a lion.
На следующую ночь после того, как я запретил петь в общественных местах, мне приснился очень странный лев, который очень громко рычал, и его тело было похоже на человеческое, а лицо на львиное.
While I was asleep, the lion jumped on my chest, laughing fiercely and gnashing his teeth. Placing its nails on my chest, the lion said in a grave voice, quote, I shall immediately bifurcate your chest as you broke the mridanga drum. You have forbidden the performance of my congregational chanting. Therefore, I must destroy you.
Пока я спал, лев прыгнул мне на грудь, яростно смеясь и скрежа зубами. Положив свои когти мне на грудь, лев сказал серьезным голосом, цитата, «Я немедленно раздвою твою грудь, точно так же, как ты разобил барабанным рядам. Ты запретил мне исполнять мое совместное воспевание, поэтому я должен уничтожить тебя».
Being very much afraid of him, I closed my eyes and trembled. Seeing me so afraid, the lion said, I have defeated you just to teach you a lesson, but I must be merciful to you. I will excuse you and not take your life. But if you perform such activities again, I will not be so tolerant. Bhagavan Nrsimhadev Ki.
Jai. Очень боясь его, я закрыл глаза и задрожал. Увидев, что я так напуган, лев сказал, «Я победил тебя только для того, чтобы преподать тебе урок, но я должен быть милостив к тебе. Я прощу тебя и не стану лишать тебя жизни. Но если ты снова начнешь заниматься подобными делами, я не буду терпим к тебе».
Nrsimhadev Kali Yuga Chaitanya Lila.
Нрсимхадев в Кали-югу в читании Лили.
It's amazing.
Это удивительно.
It's interesting because incarnations, they appear like in one age, in Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dapur. They don't come again in another age.
Это удивительно, что Господь приходит один раз в определенную югу. Он не приходит в определенную югу, он не приходит в другую югу.
Who's this Nrsimha?
Кто такой Нрсимха?
Like he's following his devotees just to protect them in their seva.
Он следует
Lord Krishna.
своими преданными, чтобы защитить их, и это является его служением Кришне.
Like Ram appeared in Treta Yuga.
Подобно Раме, явившемуся в Трета-юге,
He didn't come in Dapur Yuga.
он не приходил в Двапар-югу,
He doesn't appear in Satya Yuga.
он не являлся в
He doesn't
Сати-югу,
appear in Kali Yuga.
он не являлся в Кали-югу.
Nrsimhadev appeared in Satya Yuga and then he's in Kali Yuga.
Но Господь Нрсимха, он появился в Сати-югу, и также он появился в Кали-югу.
Very much present in Chaitanya's Lila, because Chaitanya's Lila means pushing forward a spiritual movement in a very mundane material society. It's kind of like that term rasa basa. It doesn't mix.
Так, движение Господа Чайтаньи, оно появилось здесь, в Кали-югу, для того, чтобы распространить сознание Кришны, и поэтому Господь Нрсимха, он также присутствует здесь.
Going against the grain, like, you know, carpenter, he's doing the wood, but he'll sometimes do the wood so it goes easy. But if you go against the grain, it's hard.
То же самое, когда мы обрабатываем дерево, и если мы обрабатываем его в противоположную сторону, то это сложнее делать.
Not easy to preach in the material world, but to speak of the epitome of the material world, which is Kali Yuga.
И не очень легко проповедовать Кали-югу.
Kalaya doshani he rajan astika mahaguna kirtanade Krishna se mukta sangha parambhajat. In the Bhagavatam it says this Kali Yuga is an ocean of inauspiciousness.
Потому что Бхагаватам говорит, приводится текст, в котором говорится, что Кали-юга является океан всего неблагоприятных качеств.
It's not easy to preach.
И это нелегко проповедовать Кали-югу.
It's very, very, very difficult.
Это очень сложно.
One time I came back from Sankirtan, Prabhupada was at our temple in Paris.
Однажды я вернулся с Санкиртана, Шрила Прабхупада был в нашем храме в Париже.
And we had a lot of difficulty that afternoon in Harinam. People were throwing things at us and spitting on us, you know, the old days, and yelling at us. You know, in Paris, in France.
Это было нелегкое.
Somebody goes to the market, they throw slabs of meat at us.
В те дни мы возвращались, когда мы были на Харинаме, люди бросали нас разными вещами. Иногда даже они в нас бросали кусками мяса.
So we had a tough day, and then we came, and Prabhupada wanted to see the Sankirtan party.
И в этот день мы вернулись, и Шрила Прабхупада хотел встретиться с преданными группы Санкиртана.
So with the leader of the Sankirtan party that day.
И в то время я был лидером группы Санкиртана.
So Prabhupada said, so, big smile, how was the Harinama?
И Шрила Прабхупада спросил, ну-ка, расскажите, как было Харинама?
And I said, it was difficult, Prabhupada.
Я сказал, что Прабхупада, были
We met a
сложности.
lot of opposition today.
Много с оппозицией столкнулись.
Somebody tore up one of the books, and then somebody threw some this and that, you know. I was kind of complaining, and Prabhupada slammed his fist. When did I ever say preaching was easy? You must tolerate. You have to tolerate.
Шрила Прабхупада стукнул по столу и сказал, когда я говорил, что проповедь будет легкая, вы должны терпеть и продолжать.
I said, yes, yes.
Да.
I should have told him the good part, you know.
Не надо, мне
But
было
it was a
жалко.
lesson.
И мне нужно было в хорошей стороне, но я получил свой урок.
We have to tolerate because it's not easy, but it's easy to tolerate if you're getting the param drishta nivartante, the higher taste of Krishna consciousness, or just the fact that you're doing it for your spiritual master and Lord Chaitanya. They've given us so much. What is it if we have to undergo some austerity to please them?
Мы должны терпеть, потому что благодаря тому, что мы совершаем какую-то аскезу, мы все это делаем для того, чтобы удовлетворить, порадовать нашего Господа и других преданных.
Incidents like that you don't mind. Yes, I know. Prabhupada has given us so much. Acharyas have given us so much. We have nothing to complain. We just have to tolerate and continue pushing on the movement.
Прабхупада и ачарьи дали нам столько много уже, поэтому мы должны запастись терпением и продолжать исполнять свой долг.
One time Prabhupada told me, so much endeavor in this material world. When I take you back home, back to Godhead, everything will be easy and sublime.
Прабхупада говорил, столько много препятствий в этом материальном мире, столько сложностей и трудностей, но когда я заберу тебя домой обратно в духовный мир, все будет легко и божественно.
But it is dangerous. It is like a minefield. Padam padam yad vipadam natesham. So therefore, when we're going through the minefield of material existence, so many dangers that are inside our hearts and outside our hearts, thank the Lord that Nrsingadev is present in Chaitanya Lila. So he can protect us fresh recruits, we call them in the army, the new guys that just go out in the battlefield, the fresh recruits. Well, Nrsingadev is there to protect us because the mission is so important to deliver all the fallen conditioned souls.
И этот мир, он подобен, на каждом шагу является сложностью, и подобно тому, как мы идем по минному полю, то же самое в этой жизни встречаемся с многими препятствиями. Господь Нарисимха, он приходит для того, чтобы на каждом шагу защитить своего преданного и таким образом помочь ему в его продвижении.
You could say that the mission merits the protection of the Lord.
Милость, она находится в том, что Господь защищает.
Although devotee is very humble, he never thinks that he merits even the Lord's attention because devotee just thinks, I've got so far to go. We know our hearts. I've got so far to go. So many obstacles on the path of pure devotion to Radha Krishna.
Преданный своего смирения думает, что мне еще так много идти, еще множество. Необходимо преодолеть препятствия, чтобы встретиться с Радой Кришной, и он никогда не думает, что он заслуживает взгляда даже Господа.
But the glorious Sankirtan devotees in this movement, they're the ones who have to carry on the tradition of thousands of years. Paritranaya sadhanam vishai inashai shaduskritam. Like Prabhupada said, Lord Ramachandra, he conquered Lanka with monkeys and bears, and I'm conquering the world with my disciples.
И преданные Санкиртана — это как раз те, которые продолжают это общество. То же самое, как Рамачандра, он победил, завоевал Ланку с помощью медведей и обезьян. Шрила Прабхупада говорит, что я завоевал мир с помощью вас, которые подобны.
A very dangerous proposal to preach in Kali Yuga. So the mission merits the protection. If the Lord, if He wants it to go on, you have to help us, Krishna. You have to protect us so that we can spread your sacred words around the world. So don't be surprised if Nrsingadev is also present in Kali Yuga.
Если Господь действительно...
Why his pastimes so intertwined with Chaitanya? Why Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was so fascinated to go to all those Nrsinga type temples and so on?
Если Господь хочет, чтобы его миссия продолжалась, то он действительно должен организовать все таким образом, чтобы помочь своим преданным в нелегкие времена. И поэтому эта лила Господа Чайтаньи Нрсимхи, она имеет множество схожестей, и она очень сильно переплетена между собой.
He's our protector.
И он является нашим
We feel
защитником.
his blessings.
И можно чувствовать его благословение.
But neither should we become familiar.
Но мы не должны подвергнуться
Prabhupada
фамильярности.
warned us, he said, those who have close proximity to the deity and the spiritual master because of service, they should be very careful not to become familiar with the spiritual master or familiar with the deity. We have to always keep a mode of awe and reverence.
Шрила Прабхупада, он предупреждает нас, он говорит, когда вы занимаетесь служением божеству или духовному учителю, вы ни в коем случае не должны развивать фамильярность, близкого, понебратного отношения к божеству и духовному учителю, вы всегда должны сохранять уважительную, почтительную дистанцию.
Therefore, Prabhupada said, sometimes the spiritual master has to chastise the disciple, although there's no reason to chastise the disciple, just so the disciple remembers his position. Because unless we have deep respect for our spiritual master, we will not take his words to heart.
И поэтому иногда духовный учитель, он ругает своего ученика, даже если нету на то причины. И это помогает ученику занимать смиренное положение и продолжать прогрессировать.
It may be very easy to have respect for the spiritual master from a distance, but if you're always in close proximity with him, then maybe you'll become familiar and you won't take his instructions to heart.
Потому что если у нас рождается фамильярность, то мы не будем относиться к его наставлениям серьезно. Потому что если мы находимся с духовным учителем на расстоянии, то мы развиваем чувство благодарности, благоговения, почтения. Но если мы находимся близко, то мы можем иногда не воспринимать серьезно его наставления.
That's why we remember our spiritual master at least 3 times a day, and in our heart or our mind, we offer obeisances to him.
И поэтому мы каждый день, по меньшей мере 3 раза в день, помним о своем духовном учителе и приносим ему поклон, по меньшей мере в своем
To all our
сердце.
spiritual masters, because we may have so many people in our lives who inspire us on the spiritual path.
И всем категориям своих духовных учителей, потому что в нашей жизни может быть много духовных учителей, которые вдохновляют нас идти по духовному пути.
How often it is true that God brothers and God sisters are themselves great inspirations, so we can remember them in a mood of great affection and appreciation.
И множество наших духовных братьев и сестер, и мы можем думать о них, вспоминать о них в настроении благодарности, благоговения их.
So the same is true with the deity.
И это же относится и к божеству.
So many rules and regulations, so we remember that the deity is actually a person.
Потому что мы должны помнить, что божество является личностью.
And we have to maintain the relationship of master and servant.
Мы должны всегда сохранять настроение слуги и господина.
This is especially true with Lord Nrsingadev.
И это в особенности относится к Господу
There's many
Нрсимхадеву.
deities now of Lord Nrsingadev around the world.
Сейчас множество божеств по всему миру в форме Нрсимхи.
But the first deity in ISKCON was the deity of Guru Kripa Prabhu, my
Первое
godbrother.
божество, которое было привезено или сделано моим дорогим духовным братом Гуру
Very
Крипой,
powerful preacher
очень сильным проповедником,
who did a lot to establish this movement in the early days.
который сделал много для того, чтобы установить наше
He
общество в
was a
самом начале.
sannyasi
Он был саньяси.
at that time, and someone gave him a deity of Lakshmi
И
Nrsinga.
кто-то дал ему божество Лакшми Нрсимха.
So, as a dutiful disciple, he went to Prabhupada and he said, Prabhupada, can I worship this deity of Nrsingadev?
И будучи верным учеником, он отправился к своему духовному учителю Шриле Прабхупаде и спросил у него, можно ли мне поклоняться этому божеству.
So Prabhupada hesitated.
И Прабхупада задумался, сомневался.
And he said, we have to be very careful worshiping the Murti of Nrsingadev because he's very angry and he's always angry.
Шрила Прабхупада сказал, мы должны быть очень внимательны, когда мы поклоняемся божеству в форме Нрсимха, потому что он очень гневный и он очень гневный.
He said, therefore, it's very easy to make mistakes.
Поэтому очень легко совершить ошибку.
Like you're with an angry person, your little thing just, you know, they're agitated, they're angry, and you say something wrong, and they, you know, and we got an angry person. So the Nrsimhadev, he's always angry. He's angry in Hiranyakashipu, but he's angry. So Prabhupada said it's very easy to make a mistake because Nrsimhadev is angry. Therefore, you can worship Nrsimhadev, but only alongside Gaura-Nitai, because they're very merciful and they can forgive your mistakes. So if you want to worship Nrsimhadev, he said you also have to worship Gaura-Nitai. Very interesting.
Папа сказал, что очень опасно поклоняться Нарисимхе, потому что он постоянно находится в гневном настроении. То же самое, когда вы встречаете гневного человека, любую ошибку вы делаете, и вы сразу вызовете в нем гнев. И то же самое, Господь Нарисимха, он находится в гневном положении. Если вы совершаете какую-то небольшую оплошность, то он сразу будет гневаться. Поэтому Шрила Прабхупада сказал, что вы должны поставить Gaura-Nitai и поклоняться Господу Нарисимху вместе с ним, потому что Господь Гауранга может умилостивать Господа Нарисимха, и таким образом его гнев не будет проливаться на вас.
So Nrsimhadev is ferocious, but Gaura-Nitai are forgiving.
Итак, он устрашающий Господь Нарисимха-Дев, но Господь Гауранга, он прощает всех.
If you make a mistake in the worship of Nrsimhadev and Gaura-Nitai, they will forgive you, and that's something very important because they're the Yuga avatars.
Если вы совершаете оскорбление или как-то неправильно поклоняетесь Господу Нарисимху, то Господь Нитянанда, он прольет на вас свою милость, потому что он является божеством Кали-юги.
So then the Kazi, he opened up his shirt and he showed Chaitanya Mahaprabhu the scratch marks where the lion had warned him, he scratched him. Be careful, don't stop this Sankirtan movement.
Чанкази, он раскрыл свою рубашку, показал ему грудь, и там были отпечатки следов Господа, которые предупреждали о том, что он не должен останавливать это движение.
Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur comments, those nails of Nrsimhadev are the expansions of the Sudarshan Chakra of Sri Krishna.
И Вишванат Чакраварти Тхакур описывает, что отпечатки от ногтей Господа являются проявлением Сударшана чакры Господа Кришны.
Those nails, they were the source of all auspiciousness for Hiranyakashipu because they tore open his chest and his abdomen, took out his heart and his intestines, but also took out his false ego, his lust, his anger, his greed. Otherwise, how did Hiranyakashipu become liberated? He was liberated. He went back to Vaikuntha, where he serves the Lord in the capacity as a servant. That's where Hiranyakashipu is.
Итак, Господь вместе...
Nrsimha said, I've delivered all 10 generations.
Господь Нарисимха сказал, что я освободил все 10 поколений, и вместе с Шкисками, вместе с сердцем. И Господь освободил Чандакади от всего неблагоприятного. Он освободил Хираньякашипу. И таким же образом был освобожден и предупрежден Чанкази, когда у него были оставлены царапины на его груди.
Those same claws came back. You know how lions, they extend their nails and they can come back in their paw. So that paw also touched the head of Prahlad Maharaj.
И та же самая лапа, которая хотела было разорвать грудь Каси, та же самая лапа, он дотронулся своей лапой до Прахлады Махараджа.
It's described the last trace of material contamination in the heart of Prahlad was removed by the paw of Nrsimhadev.
И описывается, что последняя грязь, которая находилась в Прахладе, она очистилась, когда Господь Нарисимхадев дотронулся до головы Прахлады своей лапой.
Prahlad was so advanced, so pure that he got darshan of Nrsimha, but apparently there can be some last traces, something very subtle there that has to be removed. So it's interesting. It says in the Bhagavatam, Nrsimhadev put his paw, and whatever slight discrepancy there, away. So the race isn't over till it's over.
интересно, что Прохлад Махарадж, он находился на очень возвышенной стадии, и тем не менее описывается в священных писаниях, что у него все равно оставалось какое-то количество грязи. И поэтому, когда Господь Нарисимхадев положил на его голову свою лапу, то все нечистота полностью устранилась его из сердца.
So the Kazi got Nrsimha Kripa.
И Кази получил Нарисимха Крипу.
There's Guru Kripa and Krishna Kripa.
Есть разные вещи, такие как Гуру Крипа и Нарисимха.
You get some blessing from your Guru. You can also get a blessing from God. It's probably much more rare. Kazi got it. The Kazi.
Получить благословение от Гуру, и вы можете получить благословение от Бога. И Кази, он получил это.
So he made a proclamation.
И он провозгласил.
To as many descendants as take birth in my dynasty in the future, I give this grave proclamation. No one should check the Sankirtan movement of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu.
В конце концов, Кази сделал такое заявление. Всем потомкам, которые родятся в моей династии в будущем, я даю это серьезное наставление. Никто не должен препятствовать движению Санкиртана.
And in the last 500 years, no Muslim followers in Mayapur, the dynasty of Chankazi, have tried to stop the Sankirtan movement, even during the infamous Hindu-Muslim riots of 1947.
И так или иначе, за последние 500 лет ни один мусульманин не следовал за ним в династии Чанкази, и также они пытались остановить движение Санкиртана даже во время исторических беспорядков между хинди и мусульманами, которое произошло в 1947 году.
There's even more pastimes.
И много других.
Chaitanya Lila, but it's getting to be dusk in a few minutes here, and we want to be like fully absorbed because that's the time that Nrsimhadev appeared.
Заход солнца приближается, и мы хотим полностью быть погружены в Нрисимха-лилу. Мы хотим быть с нашим божеством в это время. Как раз в это время он появляется.
And Prabhupada made it very apparent that Mahaprabhu is here to protect us, or Nrsimhadev is here to protect us when he introduced the Nrsimhadev prayers in Los Angeles in 1970.
И Шрила Прабхупада, он говорит о том, что Господь Нрисимха приходит, чтобы защитить преданных. Он был в Лос-Анджелесе в 1970 году.
We weren't chanting Nrsimhadev prayers at that time.
Мы не повторяли еще молитву Нрисимхи в то время.
It must have been 1969 before I joined.
Это было где-то в 1969 году, до того, как я еще присоединился к сознанию
There was a
Кришны.
Los Angeles temple, and somebody threw a bomb into the temple, and it exploded and destroyed all the deities' clothes.
И там был храм в Лос-Анджелесе, и кто-то бросил бомбу, она взорвалась, и она уничтожила то место, где находилась одежда божеств.
And Prabhupada was in the temple.
И Шрила Прабхупада, он на самом деле был в храме в то время.
So many of you know he came down that morning and he taught the devotees word for word.
И, как вы знаете, Шрила Прабхупада пришел этим утром, и он научил пословно
The prayers we chant after every arti.
ту молитву, которую мы каждый день после арати пропоем.
Namaste Narasimhaya Praladala Vidayane Hiranyakashipu, like that. Prabhupada taught actually 2 days in a row.
Так, 2 дня подряд Шрила Прабхупада учил эту молитву.
And then he said he was leaving for India actually. He said, in my absence, Lord Nrsimhadev will give you protection.
И он отправлялся в Индию, он сказал, в мое отсутствие Господь Нрисимха защитит вас.
So he gives external protection in the form of the opposition to the movement, and he also gives internal protection from our own material desires.
Итак, он дает защиту внешнюю от всего неблагоприятного в нашем движении, и он внутри дает нам защиту от всех неблагоприятных материальных желаний.
That's very important.
И это очень важно.
Because by helping us cleanse the heart of those material desires, he clears the way for the path of devotion to Goloka Vrindavan, to love Radha and Krishna.
И он очищает наши материальные.
Hare Krishna. I hope that you can hear me, and I also hope that this connection will continue. I am speaking from Neelachal village, 2 hours north of Mumbai. And it's been something of a challenge to have this steady internet connection. But we're going to try. I have, if the one connection fails, I have another option. So we may be in and out, but hopefully not. Okay. So I will say, first of all, I'm happy to be here with all of you, whoever is tuned in, connected to this festival online. We're always accustomed to having the festivity directly in Singhachalam, but my special thanks to Gaur Mohan Prabhu for organizing this online conference, online festival. Nothing can stop the practice of devotion service, Srila Prabhupada always said. Om Ajnana Timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupakadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vacha Kalpatruyascha Kripa Sindhuvya Evacha Patitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namah. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bhagisha Yasya Varane Lakshmim Yasya Chavakshasi Yasya Ste Hridaye Samvit Tam Nrsimham Mahamajya Prahlada Hridayaladam Bhakta Vidividaranam Sharad Induru Chimbande Parindra Varam Ugram Viramahavishnu Jalantam Sarvato Mukam Nrsingham Ishanam Badram Mrityam Namanya. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. I'm going to try now to do share screen because I have a PowerPoint. And let's see if this works. Screen sharing is easiest with 2 monitors. Screen sharing works best on a good computer. Okay, share screen. Now, what I want to do is move to this screen. Trouble is, then I can't see. Okay. Allow StreamYard to see your screen. Allow. Select window or screen. Okay. Entire screen. Okay. Allow. Alright. And then we go here. And make it like this. Okay. Here we are, Krishna consciousness and politics. How do they relate? This is my topic because it's a question that seems to come up many times, if not all the time, among devotees. But I just want to check if someone can confirm that this is showing. I want to see on the chat and say something, yes, this is working. Going back and forth because I can't see the chat when I put on PowerPoint, but I'm not getting a response here. I can hear you, yes, but no mention of seeing. Okay. All right, I guess I'm just going to have to keep checking back and forth. It seems to be the only way to do this. I only have one-way communication. That's a bit of a problem. But okay. Well, let's see what happens. So I'm going to go through this. Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully it won't take too long. I just have a few slides. And I'm just really just trying to bring up some ideas in a somewhat not entirely systematic way. Then, well, I was hoping we could have discussion through chat, but I just don't think this platform works that way. I'm not quite sure how this is going to go. If only one way, or if I can get questions from others. That's sort of infinite readers. Okay. Well, here we are. First, here are a few questions that we might have, and I'm sort of taking them randomly. What is politics? What do we mean by this idea of politics? And why do politics seem to pervade so much of our lives? I don't know if it's only me, but I feel like as I'm getting older, even though I would like to be more detached from anything related to politics, I feel like my awareness becomes more directed to various dimensions of politics. Maybe before I go on, I should also say something which I can say something more about later in the context of today's festival. Of course, we're celebrating the appearance of Lord Nrsimhadev. And why is Lord Nrsimhadev appearing? He's appearing to protect his devotee, Prahlad. And one of the main characteristics of Prahlad that we like to remember about him is his non-political nature. He explains that he does not see enemies and friends. He does not make this distinction. Politics seems to be very much about opposition between different groups. And he just is not interested to think like this. And therefore, in school, where he's supposed to be getting trained in diplomacy and so on, he's just not interested because it seems it's irrelevant to him. His only interest is in hearing, chanting, remembering the Lord. So we must say that Prahlad entirely apolitical. But his father, Prahlad Maharaj, his father, Hiranyakashipu, doesn't see it that way at all. Rather, he sees Prahlad as his enemy. So it's kind of ironic that that person who is not at all inimical, he's not inimical to his father, he's not inimical to anyone. He's not thinking in political terms at all. But his father insists on seeing him in political terms as a threat, so much of a threat that he wants to kill him. Well, we'll get back to this point later. The question arises, is there such a thing as Krishna-conscious political activity, or is it all Maya? In recent months in Hong Kong, and there were very, very intense political protests going on in the city of Hong Kong. It had to do with the relationship of Hong Kong to People's Republic of China, the vast country of China, which in Hong Kong is referred to as mainland China, because the city proper of Hong Kong is an island, although much of the Hong Kong territory is also on the mainland, little company. Anyway, people were on the streets, they were protesting the attempt to institute a certain law which was seen as an increasing control of Hong Kong by the Chinese government, and people were resisting this. The history of Hong Kong is that they were a kind of colony of the British for 99 years. The entire Hong Kong territory was on lease by an official agreement for 99 years, and then in 1997, the lease expired, and the country went back, Hong Kong back, to being part of People's Republic of China. However, it's called Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, HKSAR, and it functions in many ways as a separate country. But after, I believe it's 50 years, it's supposed to become just merged, you could say, with mainland China. And people are becoming more and more nervous about this. Now, the reason I'm explaining all this is because some devotees, there was a bit of tension, maybe a lot of tension, between sort of two sides amongst the devotee community. Some devotees said, we are devotees, we are transcendental to these things. This has nothing to do with us. We chant Hare Krishna, and Krishna is the ultimate controller. And the other group said, no, we have to show our sympathy and support for this cause of protecting Hong Kong from the big powers to the north. And this conflict, I think it's kind of cooled down now just because of the present situation. Everybody is locked down. But it's quite probably going to return when things open up. Open up in one sense, closing down in other sense. Anyway, that's a bit subject, but it's back to this question: is there such a thing as Krishna, this political activity, or is it all Maya? Then the next question: how might devotees relate with local, national, international political arenas? If we decide we want to be involved in these political spheres, then how would we best do this? And a question that comes up also related to this is whether or not devotees should cast their vote for elections. There are local elections, state elections, national elections. Do we get involved in this or not? And then the last question: what can we do to transcend politics that come up among devotees, the politics among devotees? Devotees have some point of disagreement. This can become intensified. Devotees take sides, and we become very intensely engaged, very concerned sometimes in a particular issue. And other devotees ask us, so which side are you on? Which of these two positions? And it's usually two positions. There's either or. So these are the questions. Screen share figured out. Okay, now we got the screen share. Good. All right. So I want to offer, as we say, off the cuff, two definitions, extremely broad definitions of politics. And these are just my own thoughts. It's nothing from any study I've done. But one is a neutral definition, and one I would call a loaded definition. The neutral definition is that politics is about the organization of power. We might say the organization, you may want to say the manipulation of power, the establishing and securing of power in various ways. The general idea is it has to do with power, and power takes many different forms. Of course, there's physical power, but there's also cultural, social power, political power, which ties in with legal power, state power, the power of law and law enforcement, which then comes back to physical power at some point. Maybe I'll jump ahead to mention that understand in our tradition, we have two words, one Shastra and the other Shastra. They're both, Prabhupada explains, from a verbal root, the Shas Dhatu, and Shas means to control. And from this, we have two kinds of control. One is physical control of weapon. This is Shastra. Astra is also a category of weapons, but Shastra is weapons. And then Shastra, of course, refers to sacred literature, sacred scripture, which has this purpose or this function to control, to help us, guide us in controlling our lives to direct ourselves to the ultimate purpose of life. And it can be said that if we do not follow, if we are not submissive to, if we are not attentive to Shastra, then at some point we will be controlled by Shastra, by weapons, in other words, by physical force. If one refuses to submit to Shastra, then we will be first controlled by Shastra. And we can say the perfect example of this is Hiranyakashipu, who is simply refusing to have any interest in the control of Shastra, although Prahlad tells him, your only enemy is your mind. Your mind is your enemy. Your mind is your problem, my dear father. And Shastra serves to control the mind. Since he would not listen to Shastra, which Prahlad was offering him to benefit from in the advice that he was giving him, when Prahlad would say, Dad, why don't you leave home and go to the forest? Prabhupada says, meaning go to Vrindavan, and take shelter of the Lord and chant Hare Krishna. Why didn't you do that? He's advising him to follow Shastra. Of course, Hiranyakashipu is very far away from taking that advice. So eventually he is controlled by Shastra, in this case the weapon being the nails, the claws of Singhadev. The second definition I'm calling a loaded. I don't know. This has a special meaning in English. It's charged definition. Politics as intrigue. Sometimes we in our sort of ISKCON language, sometimes we say, oh, that devotee is just making politics. And what we may be saying by that in general is that someone is making efforts to subvert the organization of power as it is presently situated. Now, this is not to say that the devotee who's doing that doesn't have good reason to do it. But that's just to say it's a kind of subversion of power. Okay, now we're keeping in mind our question, which is how does politics relate with Krishna consciousness? And certainly it makes sense that we look at our Shastra and see what sort of relationships we find there. And I think the natural starting place is the Mahabharata, in which, of course, the Bhagavad Gita is present. And we might all agree that the Mahabharata is quite thoroughly saturated in politics from the get-go, beginning. It's all about these two divisions of the family, the Kauravas and the Pandavas. And how their rivalry develops over the years. in ways which seem to be unresolvable conflict. And even when Krishna attempts to, through diplomacy, to organize an agreement between them to avoid war, even Krishna fails to do this. Even after Krishna has revealed his universal form, in the Mahabharata, Krishna reveals a universal form in two different times. One of them is when he meets Dhritarashtra and Duryodhana, and he's trying to negotiate an agreement. And when he sees they're not listening, he wants to show them that actually he, Krishna, is no ordinary person. He's the supreme person. And so he makes this revelation of a kind of Vishvarupa. It's a he has two opposite kinds of Vishvarupa. In this case, he shows a Vishvarupa which is where everything is expanding out, the whole universe, everything is expanding outward from Krishna's body. And then later, Krishna shows another Vishvarupa to Arjuna on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, and that Vishvarupa is everything, all of the soldiers are being consumed by Krishna. Krishna is swallowing up the universe, and that's when he says, when Arjuna is in such shock, he asks Krishna, "Who are you?" And Krishna says, "Kalosmi lokachaya krit pravito lokam samahartumi hapravita." I am time, and I have come to destroy everything. So these two Vishvarupas he shows, but that first one, even though he's showing this, Duryodhana will not budge. He insists that we will not even give 5 villages to the Pandavas. No, we will not even give the amount of land for a pin point, for the point of a pin or a needle for these Pandavas. Nothing. So this meant there would have to be war. And we can say that when political activity fails, when the adjustments that are and the various agreements and compromises and organizational arrangements, when they all fail, that is when violence breaks out. That is war. Of course, we can look at the history of the world in this Kali Yuga. It is a history essentially of war. One scholar, a couple of scholars did research about peace in the world, and they found that the total number of years of peace in the world, I don't remember the numbers, but it was a very small number of years compared to thousands of years of constant war, if not in one place, in another place, everyone fighting. We human beings, especially in this age, become very violent. Now, all of this in the context of Mahabharata is, we're speaking of yugas, which means the cyclical conception of time. It's understood the Mahabharata is taking place at the end of the Dvapara Yuga. So there's Satya Yuga, which is also called Krita Yuga, although Srila Prabhupada never uses that term. It's a common name for the first of the fourth, Krita Yuga or Satya Yuga, then Treta, then Dvapara, and finally Kali. At the end of Dvapara Yuga, Kshatriya Dharma is becoming more and more degenerated and finally lost. And this is, in a sense, that's what the story of the Mahabharata is. It's the story of the loss of a sense of Dharma. At the same time, there is this acute desire to recover Dharma, to find Dharma. And this is the major question of the whole Mahabharata. What is Dharma? Dharma, we can say, is that principle of sustaining, of holding up the universe with all its complicated competing forms of interest and power, maintaining the world in all its complexity. The question of Mahabharata is, how do we do this? And the answer is basically, we don't. We destroy each other. We simply, all we know is how to destroy. And of course, it turns out this is Krishna's desire because he wants Kalosmi Lokachaya Krit. He wants the slate to be cleansed. He wants to remove all of these demonic soldiers. But what is Dharma then in Bhagavad Gita? We have, Bhagavad Gita is something like an interlude. It's a pause in the action. Of course, it's before the action of the fight begins, although, well, it gets complicated. It's before it begins, but it's also understood it's happening. The fight is happening. But in Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna is asking what to do. He wants to give up the fight before it starts. He wants to be a good, non-violent person. And Krishna says, no, you have to stand up and fight. But fighting is 50%, and the other 50% is think of me, Krishna. And this is then preparation for Krishna to say something utterly radical at the end of Bhagavad Gita. Sarvadharman parityaja, mamekam sharanam vraja. Having given up all kinds of dharma, sarva dharma, parityaja, having given them up, mam ekam sharanam vraja, come to my refuge, come to my shelter, go to my shelter. So after all the talk about dharma, how to sustain, and Krishna is saying also in the Gita, I'm coming to reestablish dharma. And then what does he say in the end? Forget about dharma, just surrender to me. So that becomes the principle, and we could say with respect to politics, that becomes the essential principle behind any political activity that a devotee might engage in. Some more about politics in Bhagavad Gita. we have in verse 2 of chapter 9, Krishna is saying to Arjuna a kind of advertisement for his teaching when he says, Rajavidya Rajaguhyam Pavitram Idam Uttama Pratyakshavagamanganyam Susukam Kartum Avyayam. Rajavidya, Srila Prabhupada translates as the king of, this is the king of knowledge, the king of secrets. This expression, Rajavidya, can also be taken in a somewhat different way. It can be understood as knowledge for kings. Bhagavad Gita is knowledge for kings. But again, vidya, there are two words. We have vidya and we also have the word jnana. Jnana, translated also as knowledge. So what's the difference between vidya and jnana? We may suggest vidya has more of a sense of technique or practical technology. We get all kinds of tantric vidya, meditational vidya, how to do some meditational forms. These are found in the Upanishads. So this is, if the Bhagavad Gita is understood in this way as knowledge for kings, then kings they're the ones that are especially involved in politics. That's their business. On the other side, we have, going back to the mood of Prahlad Maharaj, we have emphasized several times in the Bhagavad Gita the value of equal vision, and famously in chapter 5, verse 18, we have this verse, Vidya Vinaya Sampanne Brahmane Gavihastini Shuni Chaiva Svapake Cha Pandita Samadarshana. The Pandits, the learned ones, are samadar, they are seers with quality, with equal balance, with sameness. And then examples are Vidyavinaya Sampanne Brahmane, a Brahman who is endowed, Sampanna, with Vinaya, good behavior, and Vidya, knowledge or technology. Gavi, in a cow, Hastini, in an elephant, Shune, Chaicha, in a dog, and a dog eater, Svapake, literally a dog cooker, Yeah, I think I'll try doing it this way. Are we back? Can we get some confirmation, please, that we are back connected? It looks to me like we're connected, so maybe I should just keep going. I think I'm going to go back and forth again. I have to look at my notes, but I don't know how to bring both of these together. So the next thing I wanted to say about Bhagavad Gita, okay, I want to see the chat screen because I'm afraid otherwise I may just go on talking and I'm not connected. So let's talk about politics in relation to the three modes of nature. And I think a good way to approach this is through the three types of knowledge. Now the term jnana is being used. This is in chapter 18, verses 20, 21, 22. And I'm just reading now the translations. That knowledge by which one undivided spiritual nature seen in all living entities, even though there are so many different forms, that's mode of goodness. That's knowledge in the mode of goodness. Okay? Then knowledge in the mode of passion. That knowledge by which one sees that in every different body there is a different type of living entity. You should understand to be in the mode of passion. So that's where, so passion is associated with seeing difference. And where we see difference in bodies, we also see difference in interest. And where we see difference in interest, we're going to be seeing competition, more or less. Characteristic of ignorance I found interesting, suggesting that a person who is beyond the mode of ignorance is more flexible, is able to do other sorts of activities or variety of activities, and perhaps therefore is able to see, to have this kind of knowledge which sees the sameness in all beings. That's an interesting infinite regress, like infinite mirrors coming up. Okay. Are we back? I hope so. Okay, now I'm going to jump to, going back to Shastra. We're continuing with Shastra, but now I'm going to jump. We're looking at the Taittiriya Upanishad. There's this famous idea presented there of consciousness, levels of consciousness in the context or in terms of kosha. And we can think of these as like layers of an onion. And depending where the consciousness is directed, we will experience one or another, or be especially concerned with one or another of these layers. So the outermost layer is Annamaya Kosha, and this is consisting of food awareness, awareness of food. So of course, whenever we get hungry, we become very food conscious, and when we satisfy our hunger, that satisfies. The Jnanamaya Kosha, which is mental awareness, and here we may say it is also awareness that one is thinking. So awareness of one's awareness is reflexive awareness. It's not just being aware of what's going on around us. It's being aware of the fact that I am aware of the fact that I am conscious, that I am thinking. So it has kind of two sides. And then there's Vijnanamaya Kosha, the sheath consisting of Brahman awareness. At least this is then we'll do the audio. Okay. So.
When I got now, and it's fine. If not, I'll call you back.
All right. I hope. So I think we're back, but I don't know how far back I need to backtrack in what I was saying. That's the problem. Okay, this is fun. Let's see, there are definite advantages to not using, to having face-to-face make is simply that one way that may be helpful to think about politics in relation to consciousness is with respect to these different layers of concern. So what do I mean by that? Well, if we look in the public sphere of politics, we read the news and we watch the news and so on. The politicians are speaking, especially when there's election coming. Essentially, there's very few themes, very few people's concern for security and a sense of control. So security is, of course, security for body and one's possessions. It involves, of course, food security. And so both of these, we say, are very much on the first level and the second level, Annamaya and Pranamaya. And whoops. Hare Krishna. Haribo. Oh. No. I have to answer something here. Okay. Yeah, so we can a little bit analyze what's going on in most of the political sphere. It's very much concerned with Annamaya, Pranamaya. But as I will explain later, it does go deeper than that because people do have moral concerns. What is missing for the most part is the Vijnanamaya and the Anandamaya dimensions in the public sphere. And this can be particularly frustrating, we may say, for Vaishnavas, for whom these these are the layers, these are the dimensions that really matter. And so one may conclude, what is the point? Why waste time with this politics that's on the level of Annamaya, Pranamaya, and Jnanamaya? Okay, another way of looking at politics in relation to Krishna consciousness